Okay, so good morning. This is a test to see that everything is fine. Okay, so everything is fine, thank you. Okay, still continuing a bit. Is it okay? Good morning.
Mukavaa aamupäivää kaikille ja lämpimästi tervetuloa tänne Eurooppa-foorumin toiseen päivään sekä
Good
Turussa.
morning all, and you're warmly welcome to this second day of the Europe Forum, both here in Turku and online. I am Aino and I'm hosting today. A few practical things first. First of all, this is streamed online and there will be also interpretation into English via Interpretify app. And you can participate in the discussion on our chat. You can scan the QR code that you can see on the screen.
Hello everyone and welcome to Europe Forum's second day here in the Nook. My name is Aino and I am happy to be your stage host here today. The language of this program is Finnish. However, you may listen to the English interpretation through the Interpretify app. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. If you need any help with this, the conference staff are happy to help you. If you would like to take part in the conversation, there is a chat QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Annan nyt puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä.
I will now give the floor to the discussion moderator,
instituutin johtaja Aleksi
the
Malmberg.
leader of the British and Irish Institute in Finland, Alex Malmeri. The floor is yours. Thank you, Aino, and thank you, audience, both here at the Nook at the Turku City Theatre and also you who are following this online. Today we have the pleasure in the Europe Forum talk about culture as well and the importance of culture in Europe and for the future of Europe, and also what does the culture policy of Finland mean the creative field here in Finland. I am very happy that we have such a competent bunch of panelists here. We have Saara-Sofia Sirén here, who is an MP in the Finnish Parliament from the Finnish National Coalition Party, and she is also the chair of the Grand Committee in the Finnish Parliament, and the Grand Committee also is responsible for preparing for the EU-related matters. And she's also the chair of the Music Foundation here in Turku, or the music festival in Turku. So what about this summer? How was this summer's festival? It was excellent, thank you, and it's really nice to be here now. It's so great to be able to talk about culture and culture policy here at the Europe Forum, and it's my pleasure to be here discussing these matters. So actually Turku Music Festival is ongoing at the moment, so if you have any space in your timetables, please join some concerts. There have been changes after the COVID pandemic when we think about how people are using culture or how they're visiting festivals, but we have a very old traditional festival and we will keep it going. Great, thank you. Have a good festival. Then we have Johanna Tuukkanen. You have many years of experience in the culture field, and you also know about EU funding, and you are the director of Center for Cultural Policy Research, Kypore, and you have also been a festival leader and cultural leader in many different ways. But what about your Center for Cultural Policy Research? How are things going at Kypore? Thank you. It's great to be here. It is great to have this panel with this topic, cultural policy. It's very important when we think about all of our society and we think about the future of Europe and the security of Europe. At Kypore Research Center, we do many kinds of research about funding, about cultural policies, about participation, etc. And of course, we also do research on different structures related to culture. And when we think about strategic work, this is also something that we have paid attention, and we have thought how in Finland as well, perhaps in the future, how could we have cultural policy at the core of the discussion that we have at the society and when we make policies, and how people could see the importance of culture, and how then at Kypore, how could we then proceed this kind of matters in the discussion that we have in our society. Great, and we probably also go to the European level in this panel. Thank you, Johanna. And then we have Kerttu Lehto, who is from Turku University of Applied Sciences, Senior Advisor, Project Manager at Arts Academy. And Turku is the top place when we think about funding, because I think about 37% of the culture funding comes to Turku that Finland receives. So, what are the current projects that you have now at the Turku University of Applied Sciences when we think about this field? First of all, it is great to be here, and it is so good to be talking now about cultural policy in Europe Forum. So it's nice that and good that we are now bringing attention to this as well. Of course, there are other important matters as well, but also to talk about culture, which is important. So culture is a very important thing at Turku University of Applied Sciences, and we have several projects related to Creative Europe. For instance, they are related to theater, media, and especially, I would say, related to the current needs that we have, that we try to solve, or there are situations that we try to help with the projects that we are doing. Of course, we also wait for decisions about funding for our new projects. Probably we'll go more into this in more detail a bit later, but thank you for coming here. We are organizing this for the institutions of culture and science is one of the organizing factors and also we have 17 different places where we function, and we have been received funding from Next Generation EU, and this has helped us to do over 30 different projects in EU. So we have been able to do partnership in several EU countries. And then this is also organized by Creative Europe Desk, which supports and helps and communicates about Creative Europe funding. The need for this service is obvious. Even in 2025, this year, over 2,700 events they have had. They've been advising people, and they have been advising many people. And maybe we can also hear from Kerttu later what is the significance of this kind of service for the culture organizations who want to apply for EU funding. But let's start about the situation in Europe, where we see about geopolitical challenges, major ones. We have climate change, we have polarization, issues about democracy. So many kinds of things that we are thinking about, and not just in our nation states, but also on a global level. What do you think? What is the importance of culture when we think about the EU? Of course, we talk a lot about culture, and there's a lot of talk about culture and fancy words related to the topic, but where can we see this? Where do we see what the European culture has to offer, and how can it answer to our questions? So easy question, right? Johanna, Sara Sofia, who would like to start? Sara Sofia, yes, I would like to start. Thank you. Culture is related to all of the big questions that we have at the moment on our table. How I see things is that, for instance, in the European Union, there are current negotiations about multi-annual financial framework, MFF. So in MFF, big themes, security, defense, competitiveness. Then again, what makes the European Union, are the shared values that we have related to democracy, for instance, or equality and human rights. So culture is something that encompasses all of these things. And when we think about safe and secure society, we think about stable societies. Culture is something that can create a basis and a base for that. When we think about defense politics, culture is the identity that we are defending. We can see this, for instance, in Ukraine, where Russia, as a brutal war of aggression, has systematically, from the beginning, wanted to destroy cultural buildings and cultural objects, and wanted to destroy the Ukrainian identity. So this is among the goals. And when we think about competitiveness and we think about growth, in Finland, something that we critically really need, and also elsewhere in Europe. Creative fields are fields where we have growth potential. In a very concrete, clear way, we need to recognize this and create opportunities for growth. Then, of course, when we think about democratic values, equality, and these kind of things, they are quite obviously linked to culture that is diverse and has got many different kind of voices they represent. You talked about democracy, building identity, growth of creative fields, and economic significance of these. When you think about research, when we think about research, can we see these things? Do they actually impact inside the EU? Do we know about this? Yes, and thank you. Very important things that you brought up. And when we think about research, it supports these things. So culture is building resilience, coherence, and belonging. When we think about culture, it is very pivotal in participation when we want to make people active participants. And we can see this in research. When we think about how people are participating in culture, there's a correlation between that and then voluntary work and voting, for instance, and empathy. So it affects in multiple ways. I would like to point out something on the Eurobarometer. Europeans have high expectations for culture. 87% of the Europeans want that culture is at the center in the EU. 88% emphasizes the freedom in art. They think that is very important. And 73%, for instance, are worried about generative AI, how that impacts the opportunities for artists to get their livelihoods in the field. When we think about this economical side and financial side and competitiveness inside the European Union, creative fields to make added value rate about 3.95 and give work to about 8 million people. So it's a very employee intensified business. So we have lots of growth potential when we think about employment and how that then affects the economy. So this then improves the opportunities for the citizens to be active and participate. I think this is very important, and there is evidence in research for this. Very interesting numbers, thank you. And when we think about creative fields, they are very important in giving work for young people, among the biggest sectors for young in Europe. When we think about cooperation, has it strengthened with your projects when you think of this aspect? We can see in very concrete ways when we think about the EU projects. For instance, when I think about our theory in Palm, we had a platform, we had 12 partners around Europe working in the field of theatre. And the idea in this Theatre in Palm platform was to have more opportunities for work, more opportunities for education and training and so on around Europe. And what we could see from organizational level when we think about the partners in this platform, we could see quite clearly that the European identity was strengthened in these organizations that were involved. There was a lot of discussion about what are our shared thoughts and principles about how could we, the cultural field in Europe, and of course focusing now on theatre, how could it be more stable, more inclusive, and the kind of a field where the young emerging artists would have more concrete options. So when we think about this project, I could say that my experience is that the fancy talk became reality. Excellent. And then let's move on to look at the culture policies in the Europe. The EU is now preparing for strategic framework, this culture compass. And then also there is now the plan for the multi-annual financial framework MFF now for the years to come. So the idea is to bring together theater, culture, media, and civic society, civil society, and in this proposal there would be about 8.6 billion euros, so 2 times more than currently. So, and when we think about Horizon funding, it's about 70 million euro in this, and about 400 million to the competitiveness. So it's a big money. So when you think about this, is it the direction where we should go? How do you see the European culture policy and the changes? What are needed right now? And who would like to start? Perhaps I could start from the field. So a few perspectives. Yes, first of all, we do need more funding. When we think about the current amount in Creative Europe, it's not enough. Not many people receive funding that apply for it because there is a big need for funding. And there are very good applications, but there is only a limited amount of money available. So there are some projects that would be really excellent and concrete progress could have been made with those and concrete changes, but they do not receive funding. You mentioned Agora EU, so I think it's very interesting that in this there is a like the SERV program about equality and citizens' rights and so on would be combined to this. And I'm interested if this can then be seen when we think about the priorities that there are in the Creative Europe, because this time when organizations apply for Creative Europe funding, they have to have say something about this inclusiveness and green transition, international relations, and these kind of principles. So they are something that need to be covered in all of the projects related to Creative Europe and receiving funding. So I'm interested to know if there will be changes in this, if they are more linked to SERV funding or core values, because this is one of the things where, when we think about the cultural and creative sectors, we can direct the funding towards certain values. If there's, for instance, green transition, we need to think with each project about sustainability. We need to think how we can concretely do things so that they are done in a green way. And if we then think about equality, it needs to be included in all of the projects. So this is then guiding the values that we have in each project. There's a conflict because ESR funding, has been supporting the Finnish field in culture. At the moment, there is it should be targeted more towards carbon neutral projects, for instance, and so on. So how do these things then go together? And when we think about, for instance, in Finland, talking about security and defense forces, for instance, there has been talk that they will add to cultural resilience education, the Finnish defense forces, for the people who are doing their conscription there. So I think that is a great direction we're heading, seeing this Olaf's entity. About ESR, there are several different funding that people who are in culture field, they can so then often the culture organizations then think about culture as some kind of a method or trying to achieve something with the culture. So it's not necessarily the culture field. So in this way, Creative Europe is different from all of this. But of course, it's a good idea to try and apply funding.
Jos palataan vielä tähän isoon kysymykseen Euroopan
And then going back to the
rahoituksen
big
suunnasta ja
question about the funding
niin Saara-Sofia, minkälaista lähtökohdasta
in Europe,
Suomen pitäisi
Sara,
lähteä
Sofia,
näihin
when you
neuvotteluihin
think
nyt,
about
kun
Finland,
sekä
what is
parlamentissa
our
että Euroopan
starting
neuvostossa
point
lähdetään
now
sitten tätä komission
in the
ehdotusta
parliament,
työstämään oikeaksi
in the
budjetiksi?
council? They start then drafting the budget based on the commission of the commission. So the commission gave their proposal in July, and we could notice that they emphasize now in this proposition things that are according to the goals of Finland. So we have been able to impact this in advance. And for instance, the messages that we have had about competitiveness and security and so on, we can see them. And then the budget is a lot bigger than it used to be. This is a neutral consequence when we think about certain funding and we think about how we are increasing funding in different sectors. So, of course, it then grows. And now we have a discussion about what is a reasonable growth for this budget when we think about the size of the budget. And in discussion, I would like to now pay attention because in Finland we think that okay, we are net payer and the budget shouldn't be bigger. But when the Commission proposal is now emphasizing on those things that are important for Finland, we can now be on the receiving side and we can benefit from the funding. And I think this has a big potential for the cultural sector. So there's funding that is directly for creative fields, but I think even a bigger potential is for the for having funding for innovations or digitalization or AI. Or, for instance, when we think about people moving freely in Europe or opportunities for studying. And I think that for the cultural field, this is an opportunity also to coordinate things in a new manner. When we have made good use of cultural sector, Finland is often a partner, but not really coordinating after this project. So if we would like to have more funding in Finland, which we might get because the budget is also going to be bigger, it would be good that we would have agents who would also coordinate this EU level programs and projects. Of course, EU funding, it's an art in itself, so it's like a master. You have to master administrative aspects for that. So it's an art, and many times cultural organization and cultural agents, they are rather small, and so to apply for bigger funding requires work. But I am quite optimistic about the MFF, multi-annual financial framework, that is to come. There are big opportunities for cultural factors in Finland.
Mukainen asia ja että nyt jatkossa entistä enemmän saadaan niitä koordinoivia tahoja ja sitä EU-rahaa kotiutettua tänne Suomeen, missä me ei ole mitenkään huonoja nytkään.
Of course, it's good to have as much funding to Finland as possible, and currently Sweden gets about 10 million euros, and Finland about 7.7 million euros. So it's not a bad result compared to Denmark or Norway, where they are around 4 million euros. So we shouldn't be ashamed about this, but there's clearly still room for improvement. And Sara-Sofia, you talked about this having an impact already on the onset. As the cultural and arts field need more funding, what are the places where we should try and make a difference? This is a very good question. For example, when we talk about this impacting process. We've been doing this for a couple of years in Finland, and the Grand Committee already last year gave its own opinion regarding this, and for its part, this preliminary influencing is in the background for now seeing Finland's goals in the Commission's proposal so well right now. And the proposal that the Commission gave in this summer now starts a 2 years negotiation process, so we have opportunities to make a difference. And there are also, of course, opposing powers trying to steer the negotiations to the other direction. And based on the Commission's proposal, which is largely in line with Finland's own targets, countries that don't feel that these are in line with their targets, for example, in cohesion policy or in agricultural policy, are now very aggressive. So it's important to defend the good proposals that are there. And it's important to do that on the national level, because Finland will create its own messages for this influence. And the Grand Committee is there, in a way, the last point, coming up with the Finnish stance. So as the chairperson, you should also do your bit. Of course, I have to take messages. The EU decision-making actually includes MPs largely, and we have decision-making in Finland that is a model for many other countries. So the special committees here broadly different specialists, and ultimately it's the Grand Committee that takes the decisions. And now we have a very fresh cultural political opinion or report, and this was nice to hear in Parliament, to have this large debate on cultural policy. And we also have the growth strategy by the government, and they are both kind of bases for us to lean on, where I'm sure we will happy to receive messages from the cultural sectors. I'm sure that's the case. Johanna, funding for culture has been cut in Finland recently, and this is, of course, putting the players in a difficult position. What is the role of the EU funding in complementing our national funding for culture? Well, it is exactly the role of complementing. So the cultural policy on the EU level is not directing, it is complementing. Every state has its own cultural policy, and Sara Sofia, you also brought up the cultural political report, where the vision for Finnish art and culture, the future of that and its potential is painted. But the EU funding cannot replace the very significant national funding. And as you already mentioned, why we are not coordinating project very much, or only large institutions can do so. The reason for that is that our third sector, fourth sector field is fairly weak when it comes to actually coordinating large projects, carrying the responsibility and having the economic means to run large projects. So there, I feel it would be extremely important to understand that if we want growth in the creative sectors, if we want to increase its impact, its level of employment, and the participation of citizens, we need to have our own basic funding in place, so that we can through that actually acquire international and EU funding. It cannot operate without a strong infrastructure, and all these own funding, although some of the instruments only have 20% for providing their own funding, and it has increased smaller players' opportunities in participating in various projects. But as we heard, the level of actually having the applications granted is low, so we need to have enough resources to go through the application process, enough staff and competence. For example, in the Agora EU, it is important to think about the resources for the national desks or contact points. It's crucial for the small players how we can organize giving advice and sharing good practices. I imagine we've had around 70 players involved in this round as well. So we do have a lot of competence, but we also need to have financial capacity to be able to provide the own funding and to have persistence so that we can, for example, be part of multi-annual projects that usually also mean larger finances. You have to have an organization that can commit itself to such a project for 4 years. And if we have a very weak economic situation and we're on the verge of collapse, it's very difficult to participate in big projects because we are also responsible for the funding in the projects within the project framework. So at least so far, these structures that we have in place are extremely important. We need to hold on to them. This is a very important message. We will soon get into more concrete terms of the kind of support and opportunities that we have to strengthen this sector. But we have looked at the significance of culture in the EU and the kind of strengthening measures the EU is now taking for the creative sector. What kind of threats do you see in our common European cultural policy? Are there any such clouds in the sky that we should be aware of? Well, I think it's essential that we maintain the cultural political contact to these big themes that currently are the kind of magic words. Security, defense, competitiveness. If we can maintain this connection, it will serve as a strong basis for cultural policy to get the position it rightly should have. And now I feel that we have good opportunities for this. Somehow even this unstable and insecure situation in the world has actually brought together and strengthened that sector. And a threat that we have on the values side is if power should arise in Europe that would see that we need to restrict the messages that can be brought up by the means of culture and art, as we have seen in Slovakia and some other countries recently, unfortunately, yes. And it is, of course, the opposite direction compared to why the European Union is there and what we feel it should be doing. And therefore, we need to take care of the pluralism and to describe society from different perspectives and to be able to criticize things by the means of art too. Is there anything concrete we could do to make sure that this kind of a pluralistic cultural field and Europe will not be deteriorated? It is a concerning direction. What can we do? Well, in more concrete terms, we have to engage ourselves in dialogues. We have to set ourselves to arenas where we can have cultural dialogue with concrete players, basically to complain about things together. That's usually how the best project ideas are created. So be personally actively engaged in this debate and preferably also to get into situations where we can take these messages forward. And in the EU, the value debate is very topical with regard to the situation with Orban in Hungary, and I believe that there has to be a limit at some point that we face. If we have a value community where we comply with the common values and there are constantly member states that breach against that, it's important that these problems are pointed out, and the arts and culture sectors are in an essential position there. If we have such an example in the member states, that people become more aware of that as well. And so we will need to make noise. And Johanna, in addition to these good examples, what occurs to me is the defending of the freedom of art and science. It may be self-evident to us, but as we can see, it's being challenged in different parts. And I think one way in which the freedom of art can be promoted is exactly the things that have been raised in the Culture Compass, for example, the working conditions for artists, social security and fair pay for artists, so that we safeguard the conditions for making art. And it is important that also on the EU level we promote fair pay and salaries to artists and cultural players, both nationally and in the EU. So here we get to the more concrete livelihood of artists, how we can actually get the funding to the Finnish players in this sector. And as Kerttu mentioned, in 20 through 24, the 7.7 million euros more than 2 million out of that came to Turku, and it's not, of course, one person's job. But what is the secret in the projects in Turku region that you get to have that much funding out of it? That's a very good question. I would say that from the perspective of Turku University of Applied Sciences, it has been extremely important and fruitful for us to have both cross-sectoral and many different fields of arts being taught and studied and in the projects. And in practice, this means that we are constantly engaged in dialogues between the artists in visual arts, in drama, in many other sectors. In addition to this, in our institution, we also have administrative competence. And when we put all these together and we have the field for an open dialogue where it's actually also possible to complain about things together, it is actually a very fruitful soil for new good project ideas and for identifying the needs and getting out of your own bubble, which is quite essential in when it comes to how you think about things when you're in projects. And then, of course, the international contacts, international circles. When you have once succeeded in managing a project so that everybody involved were happy, all of a sudden you find that you have colleagues all around Europe that you're very familiar with, you know what their area of competence is, and then it is easy to complain with them, it's easy to come up with good new ideas with them with regard to concrete needs. That's right. We've talked about the fragmented sector and that you need to have enough resources to be able to apply for funding. You have to be able to provide your own share of funding, and you have to have networks and courage to start applying. But for all of you, what are the needs for developing both maybe support and competencies so that in the future we will get enough money repatriated to Finland from this big funding? I think it is important to make sure that the information is there. Maybe not all the players are not familiar with the different channels through which you can apply for funding from the EU and what the application processes are like, and to provide support for the actual application process, because if you've done it, you might know that it's not an easy exercise the first time around, and perhaps not a successful one either, if you think about your own competences. So support is needed here, and we could think also from the societal perspective what kind of support structures we would need to be able to spread that information within Finland. And of course, peer support, collaboration between these players is key, and I'm sure that's being done already, sharing experiences. But I think we should sort of support at the stage when the new financial framework will become more concrete. So then we will also know the kind of support that is required, particularly for the small players who rarely can apply for large funding for large projects on their own. Yes, could I comment here? Of course. When you mentioned earlier that we would like to have more projects coordinated by us, because then that could involve more money, more funding. I think that if you are an actor, a player who's not that familiar with EU funding yet, I think it would be definitely worth becoming a partner on a very low threshold, because the workload is much smaller when you are a partner than if you are a coordinator, because the coordinator carries a lot of responsibility. And the number of players in Finland that can act as partners compared to those who have realistic means to act as coordinators, particularly in large projects. At least you should be able to practice as a partner in some projects first. I think that would be a good idea. So maybe how to build these paths from smaller funding instruments through larger networks towards collaboration. That's right. And of course, they mean a lot of work when you apply. And many players do not have the resources for that, quite simply. So we should also direct resources for the preparation work. We used to have support for the preparation stage in Finland, and we would need more of that, but now we don't have it. So for many smaller organizations, it's simply unrealistic to find those resources right now. Definitely not for running any preparation. Perhaps it's possible to be a partner in some project. And I think it is then up to us, larger or institutions and organizations. It's the moral duty for us to try and include smaller players in the implementation of these projects and also in the preparation of the project. So this is an important message, so that we have the Creative Europe desk that can actually start helping and just making these connections better known. It could help the whole sector. And I would like to mention that we have a good network of various cultural institutions around Europe, and we can help you find partners in other EU member states if that is called for. Well, we've had a very fruitful, interesting discussion here, and we're running out of time, but I would like to ask each one of you, what do you think the future of culture and art in Europe looks like? And if you could express one wish for the European cultural players, what would it be? Who would like to start? Well, the world currently is in a big transition, big turmoil. And we are transferring in many ways into a new era in geopolitics, in technology, in artificial intelligence and so on. And partly I think it's a bit scary, but in the cultural sector we can see a lot of opportunities there. So maybe in future things will be done somewhat differently. Many things will change, but it will also open up opportunities for new kinds of cooperation as well. I have a positive attitude despite the dark clouds. The significance of culture is so huge to our society, to Europe, our identity and our future, so it's easy to defend it, and I'm sure it also has a bright future ahead of it. And your wish for the cultural policy, I hope it's going to be there and get stronger in the midst of these big changes. Well, this is of course a big question, but I would like to raise 2 points. And one also is strengthening the research and information base. I hope we can develop our European information base. For example, in Finland, or knowledge base, in Finland we don't have a big overview of the EU funding in arts and culture. And I'm not only talking about the euro terms, but what we know about the impact players to get involved in projects and national funding sources. So also with large projects to include research as part of these large projects. So to have this kind of follow-up research as part of the big project, particularly if we want to have an impact on larger societal phenomena, for example, sustainable development, artificial intelligence. So if we want to have policy briefs, we need research at the side of this. So this is what I would encourage people to, but also we mustn't forget that with all the growth targets and visions for art and culture, at the core of these we need to have the artist. And it starts from having freedom for art, sufficient support for artists. And for that I would like to see the EU level policy developing so that we actually acknowledge the value of artists' work. And now that was a very good message, but can you give us 3 words? Listen to artists. Thank you very much. Many thanks, Sarah Sofia Siren, and the other speakers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this discussion. So Johanna Tuukkanen and Kerttu
Kiitos paljon
Lehtoos.
mielenkiintoisesta
Thank you very
keskustelusta.
much for an interesting discussion.
Tauon aikana voitte hakea kahvia
During the
tai
break,
makusteltavaa
you
yläkerrassa
can get
olevasta
some
Eurooppa-kafeesta.
coffee or snacks upstairs. There's
Ohjelma
the
jatkuu
Europe
täällä
Cafe
lavalla
there.
koulutusteemalla
And the program
vajaan parin
on this
tunnin
stage
päästä,
will
eli
continue
1:30.
on
Tällä välin ohjelmat jatkuvat
education
yläkerran
at
päänäyttämöllä sekä
2:30,
pienellä näyttämöllä.
and program
Kiitos ja
continues
nähdään taas.
in upstairs on the 2 different stages. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back. My name is Aino and I am your stage host here today. As a reminder, all Europe Forum's programs are live streamed online. If you wish to take part in the conversations, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me to access the chat. That's all from me. I'll give the floor to the moderators of this program.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We want to also warmly welcome you to our program today about education in a changing Europe.
Hi from my side as well. My name is Ada and here is Sofia Lehtovaara, and we are representing the student unions of University of Turku and Åbo Academy University.
Yes, and today we're also joined by our wonderful panelists. We have Vice Principal of the University of Turku, Maija Peltola, and Executive Board Member of the National Union of University Students in Finland, Samuli Leppämäki. We also have the member of European Parliament and former Minister of Education, Li Andersson.
Today's program is about sustainable education in Europe, how we can provide high quality and sustainable education while reducing inequality. We'll start the discussion with opening speeches. The perspectives for the speeches have been given to the speakers in advance. Maija, you can start. What does sustainable education mean to you?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This is an interesting question and a very versatile one as well. But from the perspective of the university or universities or the University of Turku in particular, sustainable education has its basis and its roots in high quality research. This ensures high quality and renewal through time. So in a way, we have a system built in our whole university organization, which ensures, in a sense, sustainability also. But sustainability does have several layers, obviously. It may also come to very concrete issues related to substance matters taught at the university. And from that perspective, it also has a systemic value. In a way, this entails developing curricula so as that they contain either real courses developed for this purpose, but also just rebuilding thinking and making sure that the next generation is aware of the responsibility and the sort of load that we have and the reason that we need the future people to develop us further. But in addition to curricula building and such sort of administrative tools, we also have the substance matters in courses which come close to biodiversity, biosustainability, or social diversity and social sustainability, which are issues which often seem that they are lying sort of somewhere in the background, but they can also be brought up into the light. And this is something that needs to be done explicitly in order to make it also so that everyone sees it. And in this work, we need to constantly adjust and change and readjust our systems, and that is something that we do. Currently at the University of Turku, we are working hard on developing different kinds of ways in which to ensure that everyone is welcome to our community and that people with different kinds of cultural and linguistics or social and whatever backgrounds feel that they are part of us and they feel welcome. And it's also very significant to ensure that also in the future people can enter us and be sort of the pathway is done for them and there are no hidden or vivid obstacles anywhere. In addition, it's not only entering the university, but in a way exiting is as important. And for this we are also struggling and making a great effort at our university in the sense that we are trying to build systems which help people to find a community and a place to work and a kind of a family community also outside our walls and our ceilings. This means that we need to take great outreaches in order to find places where people can meet and where they can find their own place in the world after their studies. And this, to me, seems to be one of the key sustainability systems that we need to develop currently. In a way, for the University of Turku, taking responsibility for building resilient people, resilient young adults, is in the heart of everything. This can be done in many ways, and we invite everyone to join us in finding new paths to this end. Thank you.
Thank you, Maija. And Samuli, what does it mean to you then?
Of course. I was thinking about this question more from the viewpoint of accessibility, because I think that accessibility and sustainability of education inherently go hand in hand in Finland. For me personally, sustainability of education means privilege first and foremost, because I have the privilege in Finland to have a pathway to increasing one's knowledge, awareness and skills completely free. No matter people's background, area of living or socioeconomic status, we all have free education in Finland from middle school to university. I come from a small town in Salo, a town not that far from here, and when I finished high school and wanted to increase my knowledge of technology, I had the option to come here to Turku and take the train every day, even though my family had no background in higher education, and I had to rely on 0 cents from their support, so I had the choice. And now, like, from the European standpoint, many youth in Europe can only dream of these kinds of possibilities. And these kinds of possibilities we may perhaps take as granted, because it's kind of essential to building our history with knowing about sustainability and recognizing it from an early point. And even in Finland, since we have tuition fees for students that come from outside EUEA that are now cost covering, they have to rely on family support and salary to even have a chance to build a future in Finland. So they don't have the same choice that people like me have. And I think the overriding element that makes Finnish education sustainable is that it's accessible and that it's free. And even then, we are not immune to the fact that there are marginalized groups that are underrepresented in higher education. So I can only imagine how big of a phenomenon that would be if we had no free education. In terms of the sustainability goals of the European Union, they are very close to us at the National Union of University Students in Finland, because we as an organization were founded upon a strong presence in development cooperation and international solidarity. And during the 30 years that we've been part of the EU, our membership has seen undeniable benefits from the membership, like the increases in mobility through Erasmus, the internationalization of universities and research, and progress through the Bologna process, which has made degrees more comparable across borders. So these are all, I see, enhance sustainability of education of the continent overall. And these developments all have a goal in common, which is sharing knowledge across the continent and making the information more accessible for all. And I do think that it's essential that in all of these developments also the student movement has been an active participant. When I'm thinking about the sustainability goals of the EU that are quite ambitious, and there are vast initiatives that need to be met, challenges that we need to find innovations for, I cannot think but that the role of education is central in that, because changing mindsets, skills, and even attitudes of people, it happens throughout education from the primary level to the university level, and that provides us with the skills and with the networks to come up and brainstorm the options with each other. I don't think it's not just about transferring knowledge, but also empowering citizens to be active participants in the transition from early on. And for us at SUL, we do believe that central ways where the EU can support these kinds of sustainable initiatives is to support, of course, student mobility and cooperation between academic institutions and businesses, but also keeping the autonomy and the quality of national education systems safeguarded, because the system in Finland is fairly accessible, and that's not a reality in everywhere in Europe. And European level guidelines for increased cooperation and recognition of degrees are very welcome, as long as they don't compromise the things that make our academic framework accessible, which is free and high quality education that's available for all, regardless of their ethnic or socioeconomic background. And we do believe that the decision making of education policy should remain under the principle of subsidiarity, because when the decisions are close to member states, they are close to universities, and therefore they are closer to the students. But as a student movement, we are generally pro-EU. It's just that we want a union that works not just for us, but with us.
Thank you, Samuli. And how about Lee? What do you think?
Well, thank you very much. When I got the topic about sustainable education, I of course started to think about the world and everything going on in the world. As you all know, Europe at the moment is facing a wide range of challenges, and challenges that also touch upon the most fundamental aspects of all of our lives: ensuring human well-being and security, safeguarding the habitability and future of our planet, so no small challenges. And it's clear that without either of these, there can be no future, let alone no sustainable future. So when I think about all of these developments, I think it's pretty clear that education is more important than ever at the moment. Climate change, the technological revolution in artificial intelligence, deepening social inequalities, shifting global power dynamics, all of these demand that we are ready also to kind of rethink our societal systems, and also about what we prioritize so that we are able to respond to these changes. And I think education is so important because it's not only a tool to adapt to things that go on, but it's also a way for us to affect what is going on and to reshape our societies and our ways of thinking. As you probably know, the EU Commission has launched a new initiative called the Union of Skills, which aims to create high-quality, inclusive and adaptable education, and also training and skill systems to overcome skill shortages and boost Europe's competitiveness. Although member states are responsible for educational policy, this is the way to which EU wants to play a supporting role in education policies and also promote best practices and common goals. And I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to discuss whether this skills is a good word when we want to talk about educational policy or not. Either way, at least my ambition and my hope is that we will kind of force education to the top of the political agenda. I always say that the aim should be not to have the education policy people talk about education, but to get the prime ministers, the heads of state, to really dive into educational policy. Because when we look at the challenges and the problems that they are trying to solve, they are all linked to this topic. The Draghi report, for example, talked about how 77% of European companies report that newly hired employees lack essential skills. And at the same time, the European labour force is estimated to decline by 35 million people by 2050. So we certainly need more highly skilled workers, but we also need all kinds of people to do all kinds of work, and all kinds of people also to find their own place in our societies. So to be prepared for the future, we need opportunities, of course, for lifelong learning, also for reskilling and upskilling, but even more importantly, we need to cultivate creativity, problem solving, and different type of social skills. Once again, coming back to whether this is a good word or not. But qualities that are not just connected to what happens in the labor market or what certain companies need, but really fundamental skills needed for us to act as members of our societies and for us to develop our societies together. So I think we need to expand education at every level. We need stronger support for those who need it. We need to invest in inclusiveness, which is key actually to solving many of the issues regarding equality and accessibility. And Europe must take educational policy much more seriously than it has so far. I will stop there.
Thank you. And thank you for your input here. We'll move on to the panel discussion. And as a side note, we are limiting the time to about 1 minute per question so that everyone has space to speak. And if you have any comments regarding anything said, then you have 30 seconds approximately. We're not very strict with this. We're trying to be, though. But so the first topic today is quality of education.
So, as of today, the European Union does not specifically regulate higher education in the member states. However, there are several EU-level legal instruments and frameworks that influence higher education across Europe. An example of this is the Bologna process, which is an intergovernmental initiative aiming to harmonize higher education systems. To reach a common ground, should the EU steer higher education policies in the member states, or should they at all? Will you do?
Okay,
sorry.
So it depends on what you mean. I am not in favor for transferring competences if we talk about that kind of steering. I don't think the EU should be very involved in the kind of content or curricula of our educational systems. But we do need to understand, I mean, EU should guide through target setting, yes. Binding target setting, if possible, in terms of financing, for example. And we should also acknowledge the role that, for example, financial rules within the EU do have for our educational policies. So if I would start somewhere, I would start with how education and research is treated in the financial framework of the European Union to strengthen the role of educational investment. And in addition to this, we also need exchange on research. One of the most interesting panels I participated in as a minister was a panel actually on what we do know in terms of what policies work to increase equality in education. So on educational policy, what we can learn from each other to reach goals that we all share. That was maybe a minute.
Yeah, I think the key is like learning from each other and enhancing the cooperation between the different academic systems in Europe that the EU institutions can provide frameworks for. For example, through the Bologna process, the progress has been like self-evident that we have gotten better at recognizing the degrees with each other, and the area can enlarge, and the European education area can provide guidelines and like suggestions that then the national authorities can like take further. But it is like important with education policy to remember that as long as the decision making is done as much in the member states as possible, it also remains closer to the students as possible. And we have like stuff in Finland that we are used to, and our educational framework has been built upon. Like for the example, we have our own preferred way of quality assurance, which is done through external auditing, and that's not a practice that everywhere in Europe is used. So there is the danger that if EU just starts to heavily standardize things and things need to be negotiated among the member states, that the actual accessibility of education across the continent would actually decrease from what it is used to in the Nordics. But it's great that there are like shared goals to enhance cooperation. But it is that EU's mandate in these matters is fairly limited. And from a student-centered viewpoint, we have been satisfied with keeping the decision-making closer to students.
Yeah, thank you. This is not an easy question at all, but from the point of view of the university, I think it looks like a case where sustainability requires us to both harmonize and also to not harmonize. And in a way, it sounds very contradictory, but what I try to say by this is that if we talk about diversity as a value that we consider to be at the heart of sustainable actions, then embracing diversity is also important. But I have to say that I was being a bit propagandist here. I brought this little notebook. It's very small here, but it's from the Easy2U Alliance, which is one great example of how we can collaborate with other universities in Europe within the framework of the European community. And to me, at least, and I suppose from many students' points of view, this has opened the door to international collaboration and discussions which don't care about borders or ethnicity, but instead people. And for this, I'm all for. So that irrespective of if we are different and decisions are made in each country close to the people who are involved in that, that's really crucial. But at the same time, then we need these alliances and whatnots in order to find each other.
Thank you for your points. As a following question, I want to ask that could there be any downsides to the European Union implementing some sort of standardized level of higher education?
Well, one downside is that with the potential one is the financing part, because the university alliances right now are like a positive step towards like international cooperation between the academic institutions, but they have not been marked with specific funding channels. They have just been temporarily moved to the Erasmus, which means that they are sharing the money with the degree mobility periods. So it's like taking away from another important thing. So in terms of the future of the university alliances, we are still learning a lot and seeing how they form. And it's good that students are like present in all levels of decision making. We'll have to see what kind of standardizing is going to be. For example, we still don't know much about the European degree initiative. We don't know about the European university, how that's gonna play out. And in a lot of these systems, the Finnish system already has like stuff that kind of does the same goal within our framework. So there is the question of how interoperable these kind of things will be.
From the university perspective, it seems sometimes that quality issues, of course, they are often discussed, but in a way, science has this way of ensuring quality, because if we keep up with the ideal that a research-based education is something that we strive towards, then in that case, there are no big problems with quality of education, because it just turns out so that all new stuff is brought to students immediately after discovery. And that, in a way, ensures the quality of education in the grassroots level. But certainly, the framework in which these little types of skills and knowledge and whatever they are put, that is something different. And that is something that is not very... I don't see much problem there either, in a sense that irrespective of the system, as long as the bricks are intact and the quality of each brick is solid, then that's not a big problem for educational quality.
Yeah, I guess the probable downside could be this: if there is unclarity in terms of how the quality of the actual degree in different countries is comparable with each other. So, but there's been a lot of processes also in Europe. I mean, the Bologna process in itself aimed at kind of reducing that type of uncertainty. I think one interesting part with the Union of Skills initiative is that they are now talking about having this Bologna process for vocational education. So to increase the possibility to compare and recognize degrees done on vocational educational level. And there you will certainly also have a big discussion about how comparable the education is in the different countries, because you have even bigger differences on vocational level than you have in the higher educational systems.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You already mentioned here internationalization and mobility. And I mean, several universities in Finland are now implementing these new strategies to increase the number of international students to enroll at their universities, which can be partly interpreted as a way to increase the mobility of people internationally and in the European Union. Mobility is also, as you mentioned, encouraged in the university alliances. I mean, could the quality of education be weakened in an increase, like if we increase it a lot more within Europe? Do you think? What do you think, Maya? You can continue.
It's very difficult to see there a big problem again, since at least to me, in each classroom, diversity is also always a bonus for quality, because bringing together different kinds of points of view, deriving either from your background as a country of origin or as your cultural background here in Turku area, it's always a plus for higher education quality. And to me, it seems that this may be something wild in a way, but I occasionally think about what we are talking about when we are talking about internationalization at the university level. Is it that we need people from different places to come over here? Of course, mobility is important. But how about people who are from different kinds of backgrounds and cultural heritages close to us? Enabling them to bring their views to discussion at the university classrooms might be worthwhile giving a boost also. We all know about the problems how higher education is not as accessible to all people, even living in this area. Then in a way, internationalization, that's a really difficult word,
it's a mouthful.
There are a lot of syllables and I don't know where to put the stress, even though I'm a phonetician by birth. But in any case, it's always significant to look at international collaboration and internationalization from what it is. It's about bringing people together. And this can be done here domestically and through Europe and globally. And all need to be considered.
Yeah, I have to agree that I don't see much of like a realistic problem with the quality being decreased because internationalization is being increased. First of all, I do not count international students in Finland doing degrees as mobility because they are part of our membership and an increasing amount of that.
Yeah.
Because for them, the interest is more on like trying to build a future and a career in Finland, and then the exchange students have a fairly different set of needs and plans. Mobility is a priority for us, and the mobility terms have been now decreasing since the first cuts to education in 2016 and then plundering even stronger in the pandemic, and they've never increased back in Finland. And of course, like student income situations have definitely been a part of that phenomenon that exchanges aren't as attractive anymore financially or timetable-wise because students have to graduate faster and be working and have less money to spend on living. But for our membership base that still does go on the exchanges and we encourage them to go on exchanges, it is not like a phenomenon that they would choose mobility options based on where there are easiest courses to pick. So that's why I don't think that there is a danger of quality being reduced because most people going on mobility periods are doing it out of academic, genuine curiosity of believing that there is something in the target country and their education that can supplement their already academic career plans.
Yeah, I agree. I tried to think before this panel that what could be the mechanism to reach the quality of education. I mean, sometimes you can have cases where mobility is not handled very well when it comes to language lessons, for example, or how inclusive the society is, or how well we are able to employ, for example, people who have decided to stay in Finland after moving here, and so on. So there are those kinds of cases, but that doesn't affect the actual quality of education. So I'm going to go back to the union of skills points because this is the best place to do it. I think there is actually a bigger risk for the quality of education because there's been a lot of criticism about the fact that the education word has disappeared. You know, talking about skills. And also when you look at the kind of institutional structures that have been made by the Commission in terms of union of skills, you have not had educational providers represented there. And the risk there, I think, if we if the educational policy turns into skills agenda, is exactly this: that who is in charge of providing skills? So all of a sudden, you're actually talking about a much broader spectrum of education providers than the ones who are part of kind of formal educational system, and also how you define an actual skill if it is not linked to degrees or parts of degrees in any way. I think there you can see a bigger risk actually of a trend or a development that might affect the actual quality when we talk about education. If there is this kind of loosening up of definitions without having kind of a clear debate about what we are talking about in what instance.
Thank you. You know, we're getting short on time already, but I think we'll move on to the third question so we have enough time. But we're moving on to the next theme, which will be inequality within the education systems in Europe. And I think we all mentioned already, or you all mentioned, that we've come a long way in equality, both in Europe and in Finland. But, you know, there's always room for improvement, for sure. Equality should be a cornerstone of education and something to continuously keep working towards. But in Finland, you mentioned already free education. We've been really proud about that for a long time. But I mean, most countries in Europe, education isn't free in or higher education. What do you think would happen if all member states would go towards tuition fees? Someone?
It would be horrible. It would ruin the good progress that we are constantly doing. In Finland's case, it would ruin a decades-long history and the framework and the pillars upon which our education system has been built upon. Education paths wouldn't be as feasible for as many groups or backgrounds. Motivation of society to continue gaining knowledge and international cooperation would all hinder. Objective of rise of education, which is in Finland an objective, and also in the Draghi report in the European level, our amount of higher educated people is now 40%. In the OECD medium, it's 47%. So we are already getting not very good progress in that, and we have free education. So if we had tuition fees, it would be making the direction reverse. And yeah, there's so many problems that I don't even feel like listing all of them.
Yeah. And in addition to this, you would have young people who are even more indebted than now. I mean, we should remember that the level of debt when you graduate already for Finnish students has gone up because of the cuts in the social security for students. So if you, in addition to this, would have tuition fees, it would double or triple or even more like the amount of debt I guess most students would have when they kind of start their working life. And that, of course, have huge socioeconomic consequences because that would mean you would decrease the kind of share of young people who are able to take that kind of financial risk, because of course then your family background affects it even more, and so on. So I have had 100 debates about this with some economists that say that, you know, always investment in higher education, it's so beneficial for you that it's unfair that it's free of charge and so on, but they usually never take into account the people who do not apply for higher education, who never get into that system, that you would kind of increase the number of people who never even try to enter because they don't have the financial opportunities to do it.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, for starters, if there were the tuition fees in the 90s, I would not be here. And that's one thing. I don't mean to say that I come from a very poor family, but what I mean to say is that I would never have sort of felt comfortable asking for help from my parents to pay for tuition fees, because it's not something that you do if there's other siblings involved who didn't do it. And in a way, that's scary. I love being here. I love doing science and educational policy. But from a more broader sense, I think that it's also the discussion sometimes goes along with quality in the way that if students were paying clients, that would boost up education quality, because then we would really do it the best we can. And that discussion is always entertaining, at least. But in a way, in this kind of view, it's sometimes neglected that at the moment, if we turned into students into clients, paying clients, then that would mean that they would no longer be equal members of the community, the scientific community. And that's a delicate balance. Either you're outside the community as a paying customer, or then you are a member of the equal member of the quality, the community. And you can't have it both ways, I think.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of students would probably rethink even studying the first place, as you already mentioned. It's true. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, despite efforts to harmonize and improve higher education in Europe, access to quality education is still not equal for everyone. So like socioeconomic background, geography, and personal circumstances can all limit opportunities, even in countries with strong education systems. To build a more inclusive European education area, we need to address these barriers and ensure that no one is left behind. So, how can we move closer to ensuring that everyone has equal access to quality education, regardless of their socioeconomic background?
Well, I mean, this is a topic where you need to talk about the whole of the educational system, because you cannot change differences that have already existed when you talk about higher education. So you really need to start from early childhood education and care. And I think that some of the key issues, I mean, there's a lot of research on what kind of factors increase equality within the educational system and what kind of factors decrease equality. And I think the more you have structures in your educational systems that mean early choices, and also kind of this with different structures for different types of students in your educational system, the more inequality you will also have. I mean, this is something that has been discussed in Finland as well. We have one common primary education system for all. That's a big favor for us if you compare it to countries who have privatized systems on top of that. But then we also have structures nowadays, quite a lot of them in our primary education system. It also means that there is this choice or selection is the right word in English, of students in a way that's not beneficial for equality. Inclusivity is another topic that's very important. So students with needs for special educational support, how well we do apply the principle of inclusiveness in our educational systems. We know that we are trying now to reform the system for inclusion in Finland to make it work better. If you look at it from a European perspective, Finland is seen as one of the best countries, maybe after Portugal, in inclusive education. So you also have countries in Europe where you have very segregated educational systems in ways that are in no way good for equality and equal access. And then I think we should also talk about vocational education, because increasing equal access to higher education, especially in countries such as Finland, is also very much based on how well we do in our vocational education system, where we absolutely need to make sure that we have enough high-quality teaching in the general subjects that are crucial for your ability then to be able to apply to higher education, and that we also have a sufficient system of educational support within the vocational education system, which is actually, once again, an example of selection, what we have after the primary education system. So every time there is this kind of element of selection, you also need to be quite careful to then make sure that it doesn't then later on show as increased inequality.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like a complex issue, and I don't think we still know even what are the best options to tackle on like Finnish and European level. But we do recognize the goal, which is that in order to increase the education level, we need more of those people who would now be excluded from the whole system, from any basis, for the socioeconomic, ethnic, any kind of background. And in order to increase that, we try out different things. My organization suggests different things, pilots, inquiries, tailored paths and support measures to specific underrepresented groups, such as those with local language being their second language, or from those who come from a family of immigrant background. And then that's a reality that the base of students is constantly diversifying, and if we increase the study points in higher education, the diversifying is going to even increase. So we need to be ready for that, and that's something that the universities in particular need to be supported through with resources to meet the needs of the new students.
Agreed. In a way, you said it all, both of you. But there's nothing much for me to say, but recognizing talent in all its forms is crucial for a small country. And I'm not sure that our ways of selecting people always goes along with that. There are people who are socially different from some other, but have this and that talent which is underlying there and we don't recognize it. In a way, we are now trying to develop ways to make interventions to both middle school and so on, so that we could boost up the talent discovery. And it doesn't mean that we only take the one or two, but at least so that the little kids and our future holders will notice that I might be needed. And I know it's a little thing, but done on a bigger scale to make it go through the whole educational system so that there is an interventional system where people are contacted at schools that you can make an effort to build a better future, and you have it in you. And I know that it's always, we talk about systems, but in a way I think it's also very small. It's about people. And without involving people, the system doesn't really work at all. So I think that it's really interesting and very significant to have systems which go to people.
Thank you. Lee, you want to
comment? Can I just add, because I think it was a very important point that you mentioned about having trials and kind of like develop policies so that we know what works and what does not. Because even when the Finnish education system was at its strongest in terms of having low differences between pupils from different socioeconomic backgrounds, we were never the biggest spenders, like money on education system. So of course we need to have sufficient funding, but we also actually need to know where to put the funding and what works and what does not. And as a minister, I mean, we probably have maybe researchers here also, but I think it's interesting in educational research, you very rarely have a comparison group.
Yep.
Because usually when you do a policy change, you just roll it out for everybody. Right? And we have been trying to do this a bit more in Finland with the trials that we've had on preschool and also on the having free of charge early educational educational care for 5-year-olds, that we could more in this direction, that the government can fund policy trials together with universities for us to get more data actually on what kind of policy tools do provide the wanted results and what do not.
And then we can do European cooperation.
Exactly, and this is where I would like to have the European cooperation, because this is really where we would need
so that everyone doesn't have to spend the same money
and do the same mistakes.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll still have one more question. Is it okay if we move forward?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
You are the boss.
Of course. So if there's only one thing you could change to reach a more sustainable and equal educational system, what would it be? Maya, you can start now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, system-wise, this is a tricky one, but it seems...
only one thing.
Only one thing. One thing.
Spontaneously.
Yeah. Whatever.
From Finnish perspective only, not looking at Europe, but it might work elsewhere also. But it's not one word. But you can write it all together in Finnish. So is that okay? So increasing cultural and linguistic understanding. That's it.
Thank you.
Mine is fairly easy. Free education for everyone throughout Europe. from primary school to higher education.
That's not one word.
It wasn't one word. It wasn't one thing.
Free.
All right.
Free. Okay.
Free.
That's
Good.
Lee.
This is very difficult. I would probably do like a massive additional investment in educational support from very early on. Actually, I change. I would introduce educational support system in early childhood education and care throughout Europe.
Thank you.
I mean, we ended it on a positive note. I'm sorry, guys. We have to start wrapping up. It's time for us now. But thank you all for your answers, and thank you all to the audience. And
Yeah, thank you from my side as well. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers and the audience for an engaging discussion. It's now time for a small break, and the program on this stage will continue in 15 minutes with a panel discussion where we will continue discussions on the topic of education. If you would like to grab a snack or coffee at the Europe Cafe on the second floor, it's open. See you soon. Tervetuloa takaisin tänne Sopukan ohjelmaan täällä Turussa ja etänä verkossa.
Welcome back to this program in the Nook here in Turku and also online. And to remind the audience, all the presentations will be streamed and you can follow the interpretation through the Interprofy app. And you can also join the discussion by scanning the QR code.
Programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprofy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you would like to access the chat and take part in the conversations, you can scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Annan nyt puheenvuoron seuraavan keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä.
I will give the floor now to the moderator of the next discussion, so Nea Barman from JEF Finland. A warm welcome to this discussion on the future of young people. So the title is Key to Young People's International Future. We're going to focus on competitiveness and education, and education will be the key term, and internationalization to do with that. And our objective for this discussion is to find new perspectives on the internationalization of young people, what obstacles there are and what kind of benefits there would be also on the national level. And my name is Nea-Bettina Barman. I am the chair of the JEF Finland, or Eurooppa Nuoret in Finland, and I have the great pleasure to moderate this discussion. We here have Jussi Saramo, member of the European Parliament from the Left Alliance, a former Minister of Education too. We also have Hanna Koskemies, a Senior Ministerial Advisor from the Ministry of Education and Culture. Thank you, it's great to be here. And we have Samuli Leppämäki, a member of the Board of Directors at the National Union of University Students in Finland, present. Oh, that's great. So we will start with a short warm-up round. I would like to hear from all of you what you think about the role of education for young people right now, and how you think it is linked to internationalization. Let's start with Samuli first. Right, it's a good question. Generally speaking, on the international situation, when the global situation is getting tighter, whether we talk about international relations or climate change or the extensive threats that require complex solutions, science, collaboration between the scientific communities, academies, and academics, and that means that people need to be educated higher and more variedly. And of course, today we might not know yet what kind of combinations of degrees would in the future bring us such innovations that might help us in a couple of decades, or even to help us solve the current challenges. Hanna, yes, thank you. My perspective on this comes from culture and art in particular, and I think that education means several things to young people, and probably it means many other things than what we adults think it means. But I would imagine that education today does not only mean a path to a career. Very often education is more than that. It can be a community, a sense of community, sense of meaning, being included. And I also look at this from lower levels than from the academic studies. So generally speaking, I think education to young people might offer mental resilience, faith in the future, and as Samuli pointed out, I think that's called for these days. And I also hope that education would mean encounters, opportunities for young people, opportunities to build your own future and to encounter the changing world. Thank you. Jussi next. Yes, thank you. This was an excellent comment from an individual's point of view, and I don't wish to repeat it. If we look at this from the society's point of view, in Europe, We are a very rapidly aging continent with not great natural resources. We are greatly dependent on fossil fuels still. On the other hand, we are also dependent technologically and economically with regard to defense as well on the United States. So currently we are in a situation where it's not so nice to be. And I see that education is the only strength that we have. Of course, in a smaller scale, we have plenty of other great things in Europe. But education, talking about it in the wide sense, if we talk about top experts or the dominance of the United States in the digital services, when we look at the people who work for these American companies, there's a lot of European competence that right now we don't know how to utilize. But vocational education, all of that, sense of community in our society so that we actually feel we're part of it, it comes through education. And this is why I am so concerned about the Finnish situation, because in Europe, the employment levels are at a record high, whereas in Finland, the problem in the southern Europe that people graduated to become straight unemployed. And this has now been solved in those areas, however, not in Finland. And when we now have young people who graduate and yet have no now outlook for the future, this is very alarming to me. Thank you for that. And let's now move on to a review of the current status of education. There we have to also mention the structures surrounding students right now. And Samuli, I would like to ask you first what you think about students' actual preconditions for international mobility. We know that the number of exchange has decreased a lot in Finland and internationally, while the social security for students in Finland has also been weakened. How have these changes affected the opportunities of young people to go abroad and to become more international? Well, we have been following this development already during the first cuts in 2016, and when we got the worst cut during the pandemic, it hasn't really rebounded since then. And the key elements when we have conducted surveys among our members of obstacles for international mobility, it is the personal situation in Finland. The social standard has been deteriorated, the prices are going up, the housing situation is getting weaker, and there's a lot of pressure to work while you study because of this benefits have been cut, and therefore it is hard to find the right time, enough resources to incorporate an exchange program in people's studies. However, Finnish students still do take part in these exchange programs on an at least average European level. So that seems that despite the less than perfect structures, Finnish students are still interested in these programs. And when some credits have been gained abroad, and yet those credits cannot be acceptable, and this prevents our students from getting valuable international experiences. So, Jussi Saramo, is there a genuine willingness to support young people towards international experiences, or is it just all about graduating quickly? Well, this was a very good question, because it is true that the education doesn't seem to get a lot of appreciation. We want young people to go and work as quickly as possible. But the horror story is that there is no work available, and this is, of course, a result of our economic situation, and let's not get into that. But I'm also very sad about the fact that, because I do agree with what you've said, and I don't want to repeat it, but I want to make sure that you understand that I agree. There's pressure to graduate quickly, and that also causes financial pressure. People don't want to delay their studies, but there are other things too. We can see that when students graduate, they don't apply for jobs in Europe as much as 15, 20 years ago. So culturally, I believe there's also something going on here. People are not that interested in going to work abroad. And of course, as long as we have work available here, it's valuable to have these highly educated people staying. But I do see this also as an economic question. If our students haven't gone abroad to study abroad, building networks and all this comes at a disadvantage. And we're going to talk about this later, I believe, but I do want to emphasize, I mentioned this in another panel, there's this idea with the Commission that they want to have more people going through vocational training and make that more international too, so that the internationalization is not just something that belongs to the elite. So I think it's a great thing that from the EU, vocational students, international exchange programs. Well, this was a good point about these instruments available from the EU, and I would like to ask Jussi Saramo that when we have already these EU instruments available, what do you think about Erasmus Plus and the Solidarity instrument? Is there any risk of them being abolished at some point? Well, I think these are important for Commission, and this is something where I do trust them. Actually, there are some issues where I don't, but it is important to the Commission that we have European structures and genuinely cultural European elements. And of course, the Commission represents the European Union, unlike the governments of member states, or even in the European Parliament, we're not always sure what we represent. So I think in these matters, the Commission does want to make a difference quite genuinely, and that would they now propose an increase in Erasmus and the other programs. Funding, it is of course magnificent, but now this is of course a period of 2 years negotiations starting, and I am worried that the member states will want to cut down all these valuable ideas. Well, if we think that there is a minimum for the funding proposal, where the purchasing power has decreased, for example, in Spain, a great deal since 2015. So when the responsibilities of Erasmus is being increased from Alliance, Youth Alliance or other things. So I don't think it's going to increase the number of students who will actually go and study abroad. This is an excellent point. And of course, I do think that we should direct more resources to these. They're not really such large appropriations all in all, but we also have to remember that, for example, our agriculture subsidies are being cut really dramatically. So if we can actually increase these parts in the study programs, it's a positive news, piece of news. And I know that there are different priorities in different member states. And here the Commission represents a better decision-making, unfortunately, a level of decision-making. So the other program that was mentioned was the European Youth Portal. Let's talk about education and its role in competitiveness. We've already talked about the need for reinforcing education, but Hanna, I would like to ask you next, because we often talk about competitiveness and education being somehow contradictory or one taking space from the other. what do you think? Can education actually strengthen our competitive advantages and competitiveness, and also act as a source for many educational issues? Well, this is a good question. If we understand competitiveness as short-term financial gains, then it's clear that education might not very nicely fit into that. But then if we think about long-term perspective, then education is really at the core of long-term economic success as well, and competitiveness. I would say that they are very deeply intertwined and engaged. And then, of course, the competence that comes through education, the human capital that we need when we think about education, for a long time having been thought as a path towards working life. It used to be a promise for steady salary. But now that our world is so different, our working life is in a transition, and the AI is bringing its own elements into this whole. We know that there won't be enough paid work for everybody in the future. So in this time, we need different kinds of competence. And I think education should also involve finding meaning and creating significance. Through education, we should be able to provide such human competence that would help people to navigate in this insecure world, while also creating financial activities from new starting points where we can no longer rely on the traditional paid work. And this, I think, is very much linked to the competitiveness. And I would also like to raise the role of education in supporting stability in society. For us to be able to live together, we have to be able to cope with each other. We have to be able to feel empathy and be able to cooperate. And here I will have to raise the opportunities provided by cultural and art education, because through art it's easy to put yourself in another person's position and understand the world from another perspective. And these are the kinds of things that we are currently focusing on in the vision work that we're doing in the Ministry of Education. So, in other words, without education, we will not have sustainable competitiveness, quite simply. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask about things from a decision-maker's point of view. Education is an investment that can sometimes be seen as long-term, showing long-term gains, and it will not necessarily bring quick fixes or quick financial profits. How does this perspective now fit into the budget limitations? And if we would need more budget for education, where can we get it from? Well, it fits nicely when we look at the basis by which also there's been cuts on education in Finland, or cuts on the structures of our welfare state and caused mass unemployment. The budget limitation actually is never about the next year. Now, we've always talked about the long-term sustainability deficit. And if we look 10 years on or 100 years on, we're talking about whether our pension funds will suffice, and we're talking about a very long-term perspective. And now when we look at the justifications of the government for these cuts, they're always the long-term perspectives. And we have these micro-simulations by which the employment would be increased, but it never covers the impact of education on the increase of the economy. So it's really all about what kind of criteria we put into these studies. And in Finland, we only look at the specifications for short term, although the decisions are argued for with long-term perspectives. And therefore, I think that education can be very well justified by economy and competitiveness, but that leads us to education and training not having to be justified by competitiveness. I think it is. It has its own basic value, and first we would need to define competitiveness and then kind of cultural education. But the education in its broad sense that I'm mostly concerned about in our society. Of course, it doesn't mean even if we had a higher number of academic students, that wouldn't necessarily mean that we would be more sophisticated and intelligent. When I look at us debates in society, it seems it's not getting on any higher level. On the contrary, and I feel we're getting dumber collectively all the time. And competitiveness, in whatever way you define it, is a completely different matter. Thank you. Now I would like to ask a student's opinion on the discussion we have had here. What kind of thoughts do academic students currently have on the great transition of education? And as it was mentioned, it's possible that not everybody will get a paid job in the future. So how does that affect young people's willingness to seek education? Well, we're not, at least it's not encouraged to make long-term educational decisions based on just the current economic trends. We wouldn't like to change the content of studies based on very short-term changes in society. I think we would need to stay calm because the labor market keeps fluctuating, and competitiveness involves more than just getting the first job in your own sector and the bonus that a master's degree perhaps will give you. I think it is a question of the whole society's collective raise of ability to solve problems, to solve disagreements, to promote the cohesion in society. And among our members, of course, people are concerned about not getting the job they always dreamed of because of the labor market situation. Nevertheless, we have more and more people now applying to academic studies, and more people are getting in as well. And also in other fields that we don't necessarily think about jobs that will definitely guarantee you a job. And that's why people still want to study arts and literature, and they see value in all of that. And I think we should be proud of that in Finland and not start worrying and being afraid of whether in the future it's worth training or educating these people, because I don't think it's a line of development that would be in the interest of our students. Thank you. Can I just make a brief comment? I think from the employer's perspective, it's very closely linked to recognizing competence when they're recruiting people, that to see broader paths through which people have gained competence. So an architect might not necessarily end up at the job he or she had thought originally. So I think we should identify and see the different pathways through which competence has been gained.
Syvennytään sitten seuraavaksi kansainvälisyyden ja koulutuksen kautta kulttuuriseen diversiteettiin.
Okay, so then let's go to culture diversity and the importance of communities.
Samuli, korkeakoulu- ja ylioppilaskunnat on paitsi opiskelijoiden edunvalvojia, ne on myös yhteisöjä.
The higher education institutions and universities are communities that promote civil knowledge and all sorts of things. What do you think? What is the importance of this for learning? I think you learn when you do. When we think about the student unions, for instance, a lot of things are done there, and things are learned. And especially when international students comes, I have noticed how well and how hard working people are in different unions and associations to help to feel the international students feel welcome, people from different cultures and from different countries, that they would really feel that they are welcomed and that they would feel part of the community. So there are lots of innovative solutions, and the students' unions and associations do a lot of things where I think the labor unions could also learn from, and how to make people committed to the society. Thinking about accessibility, I think the unions are doing pioneering work. When we think about safe space, principles related to that, or different ways to see that the accessibility criteria are fulfilled, and to see all the different levels in accessibility and so on. I think these are the things that are first noticed at student unions, and maybe even after that in the conventional, traditional working life. So there's lots to learn and a lot of room for improvement.
Miten ajattelet, että tämmöistä
I would like to continue with Samuli. What do you think, when you think about this kind of associations in student life, how could then people take this to working life? How could they put words to this competence? I think something that was earlier mentioned as well, that the employers would recognize this competence. I wouldn't like to say that it's only at the responsibility of the students to give words to it, but I think in recruiting process, for instance, there are some more traditional ways to do things, so those things are not then seen. I don't know. Maybe this is more like speculation. I don't have a clear answer for this. Thank you. That's a good answer. I would like to ask you, Hanna, about cultural diversity. What is that throw about competitiveness? I think that often it's not seen, it's not discussed in this kind of context. What do you think? How could it be a strength for Finland? What could we do in Finland to develop this? Thank you for this question. And I would actually have to refer to something that Mr. Saramo said earlier. Should we think that education and sophistication are linked to competitiveness? And then also I would like to comment on the previous comment that we had, that I think young people are pioneers, so it's good to ask, it's good to interact and communicate, to do cooperation and to hear what others have to say. Coming to this question, however, I think that diversity in culture and having multiple voices is very important. It's important for education, sophistication, and I think it's also at the core of competitiveness. That a democratic society, a stable society where everyone is included, creates, of course, a good starting point for the economy to keep it all rolling and running. So, and also we have new innovations which also support competitiveness. It's good to hear that international students are made feel welcome, because I would like to also point out that feeling that you are part of something and you are included is very important in this context. And then again, when education is genuinely something that everyone can access, that creates a shared world and shared Finland. Talking about international environment, I think competitiveness also comes from the ability to allure people in and also hold on to the people who have competence. This also requires environment that is open for people to come from other places to this country. And we know, even though we have international students more and more, many of them don't find work in the fields that they have studied here. I think that a lot has been done for this and is being done for this, especially when we think about the art and culture sectors. For many years already, we have thought what we could do so that we could have more professionals who have international background to find work. And perhaps I could point out, for instance, about inclusivity and equality. There is a program that has been done for this. So I think the Finnish government's this program should be remembered. And then also Erasmus Plus that offers various ways to be inclusive. So we try to have this as a strength here in Finland. Thank you for this answer that had many perspectives. I would like to now go back to educating about culture and arts. We can have, for instance, music schools, art institutes. It's a very wide field, but what do you think? What would we lose as Finland or Europe if we would make this so that it's not as accessible as it is now, or if children wouldn't apply to this anymore? I think this is a topic I could just keep on talking and talking. However, I think all in all we would lose a lot if we didn't have this. What I already mentioned, and I would like to also widen this idea, not just about music, but other arts and performing arts. So it might not be then linked. All the competencies that are learned, they are not only about arts or music, but they also create other skills, learning about empathy, learning about hearing out what other people have to say and their opinions. And what would we then lose if we didn't have this? I think that was the question. Or what would we get if we would have more of this? Well, yes, we are trying to do that as well, to have more of this. We try to make it more accessible. For instance, when we think about basic education in art, if we could better recognize the competencies that are built up in this kind of education and training, we have a very unique education system. And thinking about music institutes, for instance, those are then linked to having professionals in creative sector. And I think that in the EU, arts and culture has a lot of potential still. There are, I think, about 8 million people or so work in these fields. So there are lots of opportunities there. And then again, I do think that when we think about institutes that teach arts, music and so on, we will have people who will keep on continuing those hobbies or have a profession out of those. Thank you, Hanna. I would like to ask Jussi and Samuli if you have something to comment on what Hanna had to say, or something else about like this sophistication, education, and culture. As I have sitting next to me a person who is working with these themes, I maybe cannot go that much deeper, but I would like to say an example. I might regret this stupid example, but thinking about widely speaking culture and Europe, we have had immense richness in culture. And thinking, for instance, about the United States, the US culture is dominating at the moment. We don't have to say if it's a high culture or low culture or what kind of a culture is it good or bad. It doesn't matter in this context, but it's dominating at the moment. And I have 2 kids, and we were discussing if we should have this Labubu doll, a Chinese doll, and in China there is think about these Western cultures such as Disney and so on. They have done those with permission or without, but they are doing the work, and we are being, doing the creative work and so on. But now there's something Chinese, a culture, and now in the West, we are ready to pay 1,000 time amount of money on this piece of plastic or something, so that we will have this labubu. And then there are these not the real products that you can get with a lot of cheaper. But if we don't have the cultural competence, if we have a very narrow perspective and we only think about concrete manufacture of goods, I don't think we have competitiveness either. Yes, very interesting philosophical thoughts here, having strategical autonomy and everything else, but it's very interesting to hear. Thank you. Finally, let's go to top competencies, this top-notch competence and funding culture. Without funding, we don't have education. And during the recent days, even, there has been a lot of talk about funding Finnish universities. And for instance, the president of the Aalto University has made a statement on this. So Jussi, what do you think about when you think about Finland and the EU? How can Finland and the EU support university funding and so that we could have more competitiveness and so on? I think that education is one of the things that are at the responsibility of the member state above all. And I think it's great that the Commission is not just looking at higher education institutions, but also different vocational training and European networks and so on. But I think that according to the principle of subsidiarity, we should also think like Europe concentrating where we can get more value. It's not the EU's responsibility to fix something that Prime Minister Orpo's government might be destroying or something. So I think we have to think where we are now putting our money. Of course, I would think myself that we should have a maximal amount for research and innovations and education and so on. But the added value from Europe cannot be just it cannot be just building networks, but we need to think a bit more about the added value that Europe could bring to this. Of course, we know that Erasmus is working, and this is an excellent thing. However, we also know that many other things are not really, don't really feel genuine. In my opinion, this is on a kind of general level that I am speaking now. Even though I do believe that the member states not only fund and decide, but also talking about, I'm a coordinator at the Committee of Economic Affairs. I can't go very deeply into this, but the EU thinks that or they try to see that the member state economies would be somewhat okay. Although now the defense money doesn't matter anymore. So I think that's kind of absurd now and then to think that you couldn't use any more money on education. So I think we need to think again, is it really so that education is in a very much poorer position compared to defense? Another thing actually related to universities in Europe and especially the top universities, what do you think, what can the member states do so that the universities in Europe and the top universities in Europe would be something that they would draw people up from Europe and also outside from Europe to come to those universities? Well, now Trump is doing all he can to make the US universities less attractive. And I think
liian kallista, siis mikään ei toimi, mutta siellä ollaan, koska siellä on kaikki. Ja tämä sama niin kuin
I think we have to think that there are top universities
tässä niin kuin digitaalisen talouden alalla on Yhdysvalloissa
that work in US, lots of things working in digital area and so on and so on. But we have now a very important opportunity here, and I'm thinking that when there was someone saying that let's have now this support system, all top researchers from Europe come here. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that then from the United States people would come from there to Europe and just leave it as it is and let things go worse there? But it's a complicated matter, this brain drain and who is going and where is going, and I wouldn't want also Europe to try and get everyone educated people from developing countries. So, but we can have some role in the EU. But I think this cannot be our priority. We have to think of a wider picture, sophistication, education, and also Helsinki University, for instance, University of Helsinki or University of Lapland. We have to recognize that we are also, as of Finland, we are a bit remote. What about Hanna and Samuli? Would you have something more to add? I'm thinking rather similarly that it is better to think of the whole continent, to have a higher education and make sure that the whole of the network is accessible to as many people groups as possible, no matter what is their family background, which region they are from, and so on. So it would be a realistic opportunity. It would be something achievable to go and have higher education instead of having like this US model of Ivy League or University of Excellence. I'm not against such per se, but I don't think that's the most relevant thing right now.
Kyllähän me tärkeänä sitä pidetään, että Euroopassa
we do think it's important that we try to have different means to have talented people or researchers in general, that they would stay in Europe and that Europe could be luring and attracting researchers from abroad, from outside Europe, from their countries. And we have a application period for funding as well going on. Thank you. We are approaching the end of this panel discussion. I would like to have a round at the end. You are all working in different sectors and lives. So what do you take on from this panel and take with you? I'm thinking about cultural field more from now on, culture sector. I think that was been my sin, even though I am absolutely think these are important things. And also some people at the university doing, but I would get to know more about what they are doing who are especially working at this. And as also we are now in the best theater in Finland now. Thank you for this answer, and it was an excellent one. And I think that hearing out what young people have to say and letting them also be decision makers. And there are lots of young people here beside me and here on the side, and I think we need to remember this when I'm also working, doing my own job, thinking about education, arts and culture. When young people think that they are heard, then this is more like an opportunity, not an obligation. A detail, when we now working on the multi-annual financial framework of the EU, we have forgotten that it's way too big and we need to cut it. I've been very critical about this budget, but I have been even more critical about the Finnish state leaders' critique. But I think those are a few good things. And trying to put more emphasis in Erasmus, I would say that we need to be even more critical. It's not enough. So if we just hold on to all these, but we should just demand, ask more. A good observation was that this audience is full. I think this should be would have been held on the main stage because there are so many people here. Thank you so much. It was heartwarming to hear what you have to say and lead this discussion. Thank you so much, all the panelists, and thank you for the audience.
Kiitos paljon puhujille ja yleisölle.
Thank you so much for the panelists and for the audience. This was a very current matter and current discussion. We have a short break, but after a while, 3:30, we will continue our discussion. Europe Coffee is at the second floor, so you are welcome to go there as well. See you soon.
Tänne Eurooppa-foorumin sopukkaan. Tuttuun tapaan kaikki ohjelmat live-striimataan ja tulkkaus Englantiin tapahtuu
As usual, these presentations will be streamed and you can follow interpretation through the Interprefy app.
Just to remind you, this program will also be live streamed online and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Annan nyt puheenvuoron seuraavan keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä.
I will now give the floor to the moderator of this next session, Eero Säynäjä-Kangas, Senior Advisor for the EU Affairs. Thank you and good afternoon and welcome to follow this discussion on the cities as pioneers of Europe's future here in the room as well as online. We're going to talk about the role of European cities in the future of Europe and particularly how the new Commission definitions of policy for funding are viewed. So we have here present, it's organized together with the liaison office for the European Parliament and then the 6 cities. And my name is, as mentioned, Eero Säynäjä-Kangas, and we have present here Li Andersson, member of the European Parliament, Anna-Maja Henriksson as well, MEP, and Aura Sall, another member of the European Parliament. And from the 6 cities, we have Mayor of Turku, Pia Elo, the Deputy Mayor of Tampere, Anne-Mari Jussila, Deputy Mayor of Helsinki, Johanna Laisaari, as well as the Mayor of Vantaa, Pekka Timonen. Welcome. And before the panel, we will hear Mikko Vähäsipilä, who is the Economic Councillor to the European Commission. Thank you all for joining us. Many times when we look at the EU, we focus on states, but in reality a lot of the actions actually happen in cities. And we have about 3/4 of decisions taking place in the cities. And this is true whether we talk about the green transition, digitalization, social inclusion, etc. And today we're going to talk about what this proposal by the Commission as the multi-annual funding framework for the EU will mean for the cities and how the cities should be taken more into account in the future in the EU decision-making. We're going to talk about these various issues as a dialogue, and next I will ask Mikko Vähäsipilä to join us here. And he comes from the EU representation in Finland, Commission representation rather. Thank you, Eero, and good afternoon, distinguished members of the European Parliament, representatives of the cities, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is indeed the idea that I will give you a short insight into the kind of budget proposal the Commission gave in mid-July. Of course, we're dealing with hundreds of pages as a package of regulations and background material, so I do not intend to get into detail here. Let's rather take a look at the big picture, and hopefully this will give some food for thought for this panel discussion too. To begin with, we have a number of challenges now in Europe with regard to defense, competitiveness, mobility and migration and so on. These are not temporary challenges. They represent systemic changes in politics and economy, and the proposal by this Commission largely reflects the fact that the role of the EU or expectations towards the EU will increase. At the same time, the Commission is proposing that the EU budget will be completely renewed so that it will be more streamlined, flexible, and will have a bigger impact. So more extensive on scale, and by this we are referring to a 2 million euro entity, and will have a more efficient planning, and there will be some feedback also from experiences gained from the EU Recovery Fund, and there will be clearer emphasis in the budget. So the size is almost 2 billion euros for this next MFF or funding program, and there was some disagreement in the previous panel whether the Commission proposal has shown a small or large increase. In any case, with the Commission's own words, we're talking about an ambition, but the resources being there for the multiple challenges and to meet these challenges. And this means that we need to do things differently in the EU, and the budget is no exception to this. So more than ever, there are more expectations on the EU in the face of these various insecurities. In the renewed budget, the flexibility will be increased so that Europe can react and act quickly when necessary. We are making the funding programs more simple, more intensified, and this is reflected by the fact that the number of different funding programs will decrease, or is proposed to decrease, from 52 to 16 in the future, so current 52. And this should therefore be easier to control, also easier for the beneficiaries to apply for and to carry out the European Union funding. At the same time, the budget will be tailored for local needs, investments based on partnerships based on reform, and we want to improve competitiveness so that Europe can safeguard the supply chains, make innovations more effective, and be the top continent for clean and smart technology.
Ehkä tarkemmin tästä omista uusista varoista.
To take a closer look at the own new funds, I won't focus on this much, but I'll just state that an ambitious budget also requires stable funding items or parts so that the member states' own national budget pressure will not be increased unreasonably. And some more words about the focal points of the budget. So there are no longer 7 focal points, only 4. So the first title is the member states' EU funding carried out by the EU and the national member states, and they will focus on the agricultural and regional policies, and we're talking about the national and regional partnership plans that should be carried out in collaboration with member states, municipalities, cities, and any stakeholder groups that are relevant. This is not the first
alueellisten ekosysteemien vetureita tulee asemoitumaan sitten näissä kansallisissa kumppanuusohjelmissa.
Mention of cities and how they will be incorporated into the partnerships. The second heading is competitiveness, wealth, and safety. So there is a 409 million euro competitiveness fund to invest strategic procurement, benefiting therefore the whole single market. and we want to include their digital transition, health and technology, agriculture, economy, and also aerospace. And this also covers the EU research framework and 150 billion euros Horizon Europe, continuing the funding for research in close connection with the aforementioned competitiveness fund. And there is also something there for the cities utilizing research funding in the next funding period, program period will be a relevant question. So the competitiveness fund for the EU is here in focus and under the second heading, with the intention to improve the preparedness of the EU and its strategic independence in key technological areas. The third heading, perhaps we don't need to talk about that at length, Global Europe. Through partnerships, Europe shall be stronger on the global stage. We will reinforce the foreign affairs and give more support to Ukraine. And the fourth heading on this slide, administration, seems to be empty, but I would like to mention it's not just about paperwork, it's about funding work that is necessary for implementation of the single market, for consumer protection. It's not just empty bureaucracy and red tape, it's promoting the common interests in Europe and the common policies. The rule of law, a couple of words on that, because we're dealing with an important horizontal matter, priority that applies the whole budget, respecting the rule of law in all activities. So to put it simply, no payments if there are clear deficits in complying with the rule of law, however, safeguarding the actual beneficiary's position. And finally, a couple of words on monitoring, follow up on the results. So it's important to be able to improve how information on the results will be gathered and how it can be then utilized so that the political priorities and the performance of the budget can be combined. And in a nutshell, the proposal for a multi-annual financial framework contains a simpler framework that helps us to monitor the use of funds and that also allows us to assess its performance. Perhaps this was a concise overview. I hope it serves a purpose. And what will happen next is that the member states will continue discussions in the Council on this budget proposal, as well as the decision on the income arrangement. Approval of the MFF requires unanimity, and of course the approval by the European Parliament. And some of the income side factors, the new funds particularly, require unanimity of the Council and the Member States, in which the national legislation sets specific requirements. So the next 2 years, hopefully even shorter than that, is when we will be dealing with these issues. And let's hope and believe that the outcome will be balanced and something that will benefit Europe. Thank you. I believe this was my introduction, and I'll be happy to answer any questions later on. Thank you, Mikko.
Tästä saatiin hyvää kokonaiskuva, toki varmaan tuttu asia ainakin meidän arvon mepeille.
So we got a view of this, and I think the MEPs are also probably familiar with this. But let's now move on to the actual panel discussion. We have three themes, and each of the representative from the 6 cities is first having the floor for them, and then there are some comments and questions. So let's try to keep it brief so that we will have time for all the three themes. So first is about multi-level governance. So how can the member states and cities to cooperate more? And the mayor of Turku, Pia Elo, will come and talk about this. Thank you. Esteemed MEPs and audience, welcome to Turku, old and strong European city where we do appreciate vivid discussion and new ideas can thrive. This is what we hope also for today. And my question is about opportunities to impact, but first a few words about this. 75% of EU citizens live in cities. Cities are innovative centers that speed up the competitiveness of all the EU area, and cities also solve big issues. For instance, in Turku, we are really determined to work for the good of the environment, and we want to be climate neutral by 2029. And of course, we have the 2050 goals in the EU level. Turku and many other cities from the 6 cities are among the 100 cities that have their mission to be carbon neutral, and we have direct communication with the Commission as well. And we try to tackle the challenges related to climate change. We have received EU funding for many projects that try to keep up the process to work for the environment, and our citizens in Turku area have been involved with this and many businesses as well. Without the cities, the shared goals that we have in the EU, we could not achieve those goals. When we think about the relationship between cities and the EU, there have been lots of cooperation and also direct interaction and communication with the Commission. EU has its own cities agenda since 2006, and there have been some money that has been earmarked for cities in the EU budget. And this year, they are going to publish their new strategy for cities in the EU to think how to better take cities into consideration when making decisions on the EU level. We, the 6 cities, have been very active in participating in the preparatory process of this strategy. In the new MFF proposal from the Commission, the direct work for the cities, however, is under threat since there's more and more decision-making powers on the member state level, and the member state have got very much freedom to think how they then will hear out what the cities have to say in implementing programs. For instance, Eurocities network has also been very worried about the narrowing path of the collaboration with the EU. And sometimes the partnership maybe in Finland also has been pretty formal at most. So we would hope to have a better future in the way that cities could be actively involved in national planning. And for instance, the alliance model of the cities, the 6 cities and the Finnish government could be a good model for this. The cities should have their own part in the processes and also in the implementation. As the new MFF poses a lot of effort to put on competitiveness and so on, we should, in the new funding model, we should make sure that cities can define how the resources are used and that the cities could benefit from those. That would be the benefit of all of Europe. So my question to you is, what are the ways and means with which the position and role of the cities could be strengthened? How could it be strengthened in the way that the potential that there is in the cities could be benefited from? How do we make sure that cities can genuinely do and be active in implementing the national plan, as most of the citizens of the EU live in cities? Thank you. Thank you, Pia. So we will now hear out the MEPs, what they have. Li Andersson, please, the floor is yours first. Thank you. I think this is an excellent question, and there are two dimensions how I see it. Because we have the national level, the partnership plans, how do we implement those and do those? Do we have on a national level? Can we take the cities involved? So I don't think that shouldn't be an impossible thing today, and I think that would be important. And then there is another dimension, the EU and the cities. And it is interesting now to have this direction that the direct link is not that big anymore, that the direction is towards that. If we think about policies of like where people live and so on, and that's very much linked to cities. Politically speaking, I think it is very interesting because we have those countries where the cities maybe kind of promote liberal democracy even more than the governments in the countries, I would say. So when we think about MFF, I think we do need to discuss, is it possible to have some conditions, for instance, about the partnership plans to promote the city's role in those? In addition to that, when we think about different networks that there are in different cities, I think they should also cooperate very closely together in the future, and also together towards the Commission and the Parliament. And I think we have really seen as MEPs what the cities are doing when we think, for instance, the carbon neutral goals, but also other aspects. So national level solutions, and if possible, then also in the EU level about the partnership plans. Thank you. Then please, Anna-Maja Henriksson, continue. Thank you. It is good to be here in Turku. I was here last week as the Swedish People's Party's parliament group. So I've been here now often, and I do see that yes, people are living in cities, and this is why on national level and on the EU level we have to have active city policies. And about the 6 cities, I have good experiences when we have been in the government. I have been as the Minister of Education and Culture, thinking about how can we get enough staff for the early childhood education, for instance. So the challenges that we face, as Lee mentioned, we have twofold challenges, 2 dimensions. We have the global situation as it is right now. We do need to consider that, I think, when we talk about cities as well. For people to feel safe and secure, for them to know that we are prepared for all different kinds of threats in our city, that we know how to operate, this is one thing. And then that the cities themselves and the citizens living in those cities, that they could impact and influence and do advocacy work. And this is the national level, and I think the government should, no matter what are the parties in the government, they should be able to formalize this kind of together doing advocacy work with the cities. Carbon neutrality, digitalization, preparedness, all this work, that should be something that are then passed on to all citizens and cities to work for those goals. On the EU level, we have asked for having more flexibility on a national level. How can the member states use the money? But this then also poses us the requirement that the member states need to be democratic, they need to respect the rule of law, and they need to think about civil society and cities. And for instance, at the moment, the Hungary under Orban is not fulfilling these terms. So there are challenges, there are opportunities, but being active in promoting an active advocacy work and trying to develop.
Kiitos. Nyt täytyy muistaa, että tämä oli siis komission esitys, mikä me tässä kuultiin. Ja nyt siis lainsäätäjät, Euroopan parlamentti ja jäsenmaat pääsevät tätä sitten käsittelemään. Olen komission kanssa hyvin eri mieltä tästä esityksestä. Mun mielestä missään nimessä ei pitäisi olla tällaisia kansallisia kirjekuoria. Ja miksi ei? Sen takia, että EU-budjettiin täältä meiltä Suomen valtiolta ja sitten me annetaan se takaisin Suomelle, että jakakaa nämä rahat. näin karrikoiden. Ja koko pointti tässä EU:ssa on se, että me haetaan ylikansallista yhteistyötä ja vahvistetaan sitä kautta EUn kilpailukykyä, puolustusta ja taistellaan ilmastonmuutosta vastaan ja niin edelleen. Ja tästä on ollut aivan erinomaisia esimerkkejä yhteistyöt kaupunkien kanssa. Se, että Turku tekee yhteistyötä Tukholman ja Tallinnan kanssa, on erittäin relevanttia EU-politiikkaa. Se, että se tekee hyvää yhteistyötä Lahden, Riihimäen ja Lappeenrannan kanssa, on erinomaista kotimaan politiikkaa. Ja sen takia me istun itse tuolla budjettivaliokunnassa ja sisämarkkinapääraportoijana tästä budjetista aion kyllä tehdä kaikkeni, että tämä komission toteutus näistä kansallisista kirjekuorista ei toimi. Katsokaa tätä kirjekuorta. Siellä on maatalous, koheesio ja kaupungit samassa. Siinä ei ole mitään järkeä. Ja kansalaisyhteiskunta herätkää tähän. Sitten meillä Suomessa jaetaan vielä näitä niin, että mulla on tämmöinen lukkarirakkaus 3 suomalaiseen kaupunkiin erityisesti. Ja ne on Lappeenranta, mistä me on kotosi, mutta valittu kansanedustajaksi Helsingistä. Ja mä oon opiskellut ja väitellyt täältä Turusta yliopistosta. Ja nämä 3 kaupunkia on mulle äärimmäisen tärkeitä. Ja nämä kaikki kuuluu tähän Etelä-Suomeen. Ja me ei nautita näistä.
So these are all part of Eastern Finland, and Northern Ostrobothnia is making a lot of income than compared with this region. So there is growth in Finland and luckily also in Lappeenranta, especially in Helsinki also. And in Ostrobothnia, yes. I knew that she's going to say that soon, but they also require a lot of funding and support. That's not correct. Yes, it is. We can show the numbers soon. But I would like you to pose your idea. What does it happen when the cities start to have the discussion here in Finland? It's not the point in the EU funding. The people from Ostrobothnia just left the room. No, but that's not the point in EU funding. So we think about Jentika Finland, the region, and we think about competitiveness and safety and EU priorities. We do the cooperation together with other the EU area cities, but on the EU level we have to start by strengthening our connections and partnerships inside the EU. Thank you for this. It seems that we all agree that we should strengthen the role of the cities, and it's good that we are now talking. You have now talked about the envelopes as well for national level, but would you like to continue? Well, I can continue later. Okay, what about the representatives from the cities? Would you like to react to this first round? Perhaps I could ask, how do you then see that the goals of the EU, the goals that we put together about the EU, how is that actually happening? We think about, as the MEP Salla said, that okay, there's an envelope with money in it, and then we will send something to the European Union, we get them, we deal the money. So how can we achieve the shared goals? We have to have this discussion in order to do that. So quite brief, keep it brief, please. I agree with Salla, and this is a widely shared critique inside the EU Parliament before even the Commissioner budget proposal, as I am in a body for the chairs of the different committees in the Parliament. We have had this same kind of critique for that, because when we think about Aura Salla might also comment on this, but I think the member states want this because they want to decide themselves how to share the money that they have received as EU funding. But what it will then mean? Well, it is that the shared goals for policies that we have, doing those via our budget is impossible, because then we don't have the shared policies through budget, but the member states themselves, as we have heard, they set the goals for themselves, and then the only one who can then make sure if this is in line with the European goals is Commission. and not, for instance, the parliament that has gotten its mandate straight from the EU citizens. So it's a change in emphasis from the European goals towards national decision-making. I would be, however, very surprised if the Council wouldn't be pleased, because the Council represents the EU states. Well, this process of having these envelopes is difficult, but this is why we have the negotiations now. This is why the EPP, who is the biggest group, and most of the commissioners is from there, and von der Leyen is from the same group as Salla. So it's not easy to make a turn right away and steer the wheel. We have to think what kind of goals we can then have inside the envelope that we have as a member state. And we may need to be able to say that, okay, we are working to achieve the goal of climate neutrality and carbon neutrality. How we then do those things on a national level, on a regional level in the cities. And then talking about the defense, that is a whole another matter. And I think cities should be happy that they don't have this burden themselves, so they don't have to have all of that burden. But we, of course, need people to work on innovations. And for Finland, this is a matter of our destiny, I would say, and for the whole of the Europe. So we are starting negotiations. We need European Council, we need every parties, and then you can think there are over 20 countries, so how difficult it might be. But yes, it was difficult with the Commission already. Like, it was a difficult day when they tried to have consensus, so it was kind of like only the minority there actually deciding. So this is why I want to emphasize that we do need this discussion now. We do need these opportunities, and for the civil society also to understand that these are big matters that we are deciding. Yes, of course, I am part of the biggest party, and I am also part of the biggest party in the Finnish parliament right now. But as we are now deciding things, we also need to show from the point of view of cities why this is not good and why we need to change it. If we cannot success in this, then we should see how we can do this from the best perspective of the cities, but we are just starting our battle. We are not there yet. Thank you. So let's go back to the envelopes, national envelopes, and the leader of Vantaa, city of Vantaa, will speak about this.
Kiitos ja kiva nähdä täällä.
Thank you, and it's nice to see active MEPs here, and nice to see you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome from Vantaa, the most international city in Finland. This tension has already been visible here. One is what is the role of cities in Europe and what it will be in the future, and what the European urban policy is, if there is such. And so we will try to look for the earmarked appropriations, what money is earmarked and what should be earmarked. So that's one way to deal with it, no matter how the member states will deal with this. And if we look at these earmarkings and the proposals, the idea in the Commission proposal is that the Regional Development Fund, ERDF, and the Social Cohesion Fund, ESF Plus, would be part of these national and regional partnership plans. And when we look at other earmarkings, there would be funding for less developed areas, at least 218 billion euros. And they also mention funding for the border areas against Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, considering the socio-economic impact and security situation. And we should take into account that the city in Finland that most suffered from the war in Ukraine is Vantaa, and we had no earmarked funding for urban areas, where it was just mentioned 75% of the residents in the union actually live. Currently, there is 8% of the ERDF, Regional Development funding, going to the cities for sustainable urban development. And I'm sure some of you have been carrying out these projects too, and it's been used to support low carbon projects and look for the competitiveness through these earmarked cities. And it's been important for Vantaa as well, because we've been able to establish clusters with businesses, for example. Well, back to the Commission proposal and the earmarkings. So, in the national and regional partnership plans, there's a proposal to have funding to the social politics. For the first time, the Commission has set up a target of 14% of these partnership program funding going to the social politics. And it is obvious that should that happen, cities would be involved, thinking about the questions of integration, youth unemployment, inclusion, education, early education, and the housing policy that was already mentioned, which is, of course, a matter of the cities. And we should remember that, and the MEP should remember that the cities in Finland are quite exceptional European wide. They have a lot of independent decision making, finances and duties. So the European urban model, we are much stronger compared to our European peers. Well, change is needed, as was mentioned. So one part was the cohesion funding. So where to draw the lines between rural areas and the cities. But in Finland, there has been no change in the past 30 years. Is Finland the same as 30 years ago? Certainly not. The country is changing, the needs are changing. If the cohesion funding should also change. And within cities, there's segregation inside, so we have internal cohesion needs. So, to put it briefly, cities in Europe and in Finland, we have now demanded that in these partnership plans, if this is how it should go, should have a section on cities, and it should be developed together with the cities. And that would solve challenges in cities and investments in cities. Eurocities has started from 15% of these national partnership plans be targeted to cities. So when we're looking for these earmarks, both the new ones coming in the proposal and the ones maybe being abolished, it's a good idea to ask you now, should these partnership plans also cover earmarked funding for cities? So clearly define that this amount should be used for cities, and if the answer is yes, how would it be carried out and where would it be targeted? And I would also ask if it should be earmarked and where should it be allocated if carried out. And secondly, they talk about 14% of the national plan resources should go to promoting social objectives. So what do you think would be the role of cities within these 14%? Should that be become reality? So we're asking about earmarked funding. So Anna-Maja Henriksson wants to answer first. Yes, and thank you for a good introduction. And this earmarked funding also raises emotions for and against it. And my own idea is that this is the moment where we decision makers have to listen to the field. And this is why I'm here. I want to hear what you think and what you would do with the money should you get it. And as a national decision maker and also as an MEP, what we should strive at is having a safe Finland, a safe Europe and Finland that are also prepared, and to have a country where competitiveness and the competitiveness of whole Europe can be raised. We invest in education, innovations, and that we see that people feel that they are involved, they are not left behind. Because the big problem that we have in particularly large cities right now is that some people feel left outside and they don't feel they have a place in it. And if this emotion gets stronger around Europe, we will have huge problems in Europe in the future, not just in Hungary and Slovakia on that road, but there are other potential countries to follow suit. And against these authoritarian powers, we must work hard. And it might sound a bit far-fetched, but the urban policy is one answer to this. And therefore, I think it would be good to have, because we know from national politics that whatever the minimal level is usually also the maximum level. And therefore, we would need to have some kind of a scale, but we need to have objectives where we need to get. So we need labor in all Europe. Finland needs migration, work-based migration. We need people here who feel they are welcome, and we need that atmosphere that people want to move to Finland. And in this, cities are in a crucial role. I can't say whether it's 14%, 15%, but I think at least the same level as what we have today. But what the key is to do that, what is the solution? That's what we need to discuss so that we can get to these important targets. Thank you. Good. There was a question back to the representatives of the cities, but let's go to Aurasala. Well, I disagree with this Commission proposal. In general, I think the European budget should focus on things that should be done or are worth doing on the EU level. So that is climate change and a single market, European economy, and the cohesion fund, for example, where Finland gets nothing out of. Can't really defend itself because it hasn't been able to tackle the problems for which the EU actually has started. But then the Regional Development Fund and the Social Cohesion Fund, where Finland does get some funding from, the targets have not been met. And in the large scale, the performance is not as good as if Finland would have done that itself. And we have a subsidiarity principle in Finland, and I think this proposed politics is not part of the EU. It's Finland's responsibility, and I feel that what the EU is currently trying to do, it is Finland who should take care of its own social policy, and it's not being compensated by the little money that will go around the EU budget. It will not raise Finland's regions or cities. It will not help the Finnish social politics. We need to invest more nationally in it, but the EU funding should invest in cities and regions being competitive, that they have incentives for businesses to build growth and competitiveness so that we get tax returns from Finland that can also strengthen our social policy. But this is Finland's job. It shouldn't be earmarked money. No, it should start from what the climate targets for EU are, what are the competitiveness targets, and we should invest in them in the EU, but to stay away from our social politics. I know Lee will disagree with me to some extent, but I think this is something that should be decided nationally. I was in the Commission for 6 years, and I can tell you that they don't know anything what needs we have regionally, say, in southeast Finland. Finns know about it. Let's keep it in our hands. Okay, I'm going to start by saying that I fully disagree with Aurasala. This is not the first time. Well, it's a question of the EU and the European project not having a future if we assume Aurasala's analysis of that not being its job at all. I think also affects the legitimacy of the EU, whether people will believe in it, if we only believe in free trade and climate policy being the EU's job, and leaving all the consequences that these decisions will create to the member states to decide on without having any money directly affects it. What our common targets are to reduce poverty, to reduce youth isolation, that we would also try in the labor politics, because we have free mobility for employees, so it won't lead to deteriorating our working conditions. So we have to maintain the social dimension, and funding affects this because it has been the key tool by which the EU has been able to support the social side. The EU's competences cover the labor legislation, but also for the social politics, the funding has been the key instrument. And this is also the reason why we've come up with the 14% as one earmarked element, because there's been great concern about what will happen to the social dimension in general when the old instruments will disappear from our toolset. So if we go to the national envelope model, I will then be in favor of the earmarkings. For the social politics, there's a problem of how to define that at that point, and what is the mechanism by which we set the targets once the Commission is evaluating whether the this is part of the social political target or not. And for things, obviously, because the social political targets should have to do with reducing poverty, improving housing conditions, and these are certainly part of the urban politics. So the challenge with the Commission model is that if we go to the envelope model and they want to create flexibility by that, and then when we lose the opportunity to promote the European policy targets on the European level, the pressure will then be visible as earmarked hopes, probably not just for cities, but for many other instances. And thereby we then lose the idea of flexibility that the Commission had with the national envelopes. But I say yes to this, and I already listed the targets that I would include in that. Thank you for the answers and the representative from the cities. Well, it seems that you will have a heated debate in the Parliament is about this as well. Whatever the solution is, I hope that the role of cities and large cities and their mission to carry out common European policy, whatever field of policy it is, will remain essential. Thank you. And we move on to the third and last theme, and that is the new competitiveness fund. And we will hear from Johanna Laisaari, the Deputy Mayor from Helsinki. Go ahead.
Kiitos kutsusta erittäin mielenkiintoiseen tilaisuuteen. On ollut mukava kuulla teidän ajatuksia nyt tästä uudistuksesta.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and very interesting event, and it's good to be here, your thoughts. So cities are very central agents in implementing the EU decisions, and they are also innovators in different things. And of course, many people work there, and there are many businesses in the cities, and cities have important role in civil society as well. Big cities are also important agents when we think about implementing EU funding on a national level. The role of cities cannot be overemphasized when we think about achieving the goals that EU have, be it competitiveness, improvement in that area, be it climate transition, clean transition, or many other things. And of course, we need funding for those. The proposal about Innovativeness Fund from the Commission makes it more flexible to use different funding. There will be flexible things, guarantees, and so on, and they are very central in implementing strategies in cities. And these have been taken into consideration on the Commission's proposal on the Innovative Fund. Cities should be included more in the work that is still to be done, and the partnership principle should be widened to different funds such as this competitiveness fund. So what do you think? How can the cities like an organization make better use of EU funding, such as the competitiveness fund, for their actions and for innovation? Thank you. Aura Salla, if you could start this time. The competitiveness fund in itself, in the proposal, is not a bad thing. What I would like to see more, however, is that we have this excellent program, Invest EU, I am negotiating, the main negotiator, to make it simpler. So us putting money from EU €1 and then from private sector having more money, and if the project is not flying, then it's the EU euro that takes on the hit. If we think about different projects, for instance, in southwestern Finland, you go to ask this guarantee for your loan, Invest EU guarantee. It's possible to have this in banks. So this is an excellent idea, and this is one of the most successful EU programs. And now they want to make it wider and widen this, and this is about sharing the risk and guaranteeing for loans. And I think this is good and would like to see more of this when we think about cities and universities and their cooperation, because InvestEU could allocate money for those projects that are beneficial when we want to scale something, when we have some projects with risks. I think this is one that I would like to encourage the cities to use more. The European Investment Bank can fund different things, and I am promoting for free markets, and I would like to have us use the EU money so that they would actually bring back workplaces. So I would like to add funding to InvestEUs and that the universities would apply for it more. Thank you. My understanding is that we make sure that we have different routes for the cities to apply for funding. So, for instance, ERDF, through that, they could have done this. So there was a mention to the universities, but then also University of Applied Sciences, those are central. So to make sure that cities can apply and also receive funding.
Joo, ei tähän ole paljon lisättävää.
I haven't got a lot to add.
Ylipäänsä siis
all in all, there is a problem in the EU, and this is something that is concerning us all. We don't have our competitiveness. Our ability is not good enough compared to United States, for instance. We are all needed in this. I am rapporteur myself in a committee for internal markets. We're compiling a report where our goal is to reduce bureaucracy. And this is also something that has to do with cities. However, we need to do things in the way that we don't, for instance, make it worse for consumer protection or for the climate. When we think, for instance, Mario Draghi has pointed out, and also, for instance, Sauli Niinistö, what have to do about security? We need everyone for strengthening our competitiveness. We need universities, cities, every individual, decision makers, on national level and also on the EU level. We need to cooperate, and I agree with Aura that InvestEU has been a good solution, and we need to have more of these kinds of impact because this is something that we try to do. About bureaucracy, however, trying to tear things down so it's less bureaucratic, I could talk a lot about that, but maybe it's something for next year to be discussed in another panel discussion. But now, Commission promoting MFF, where they also want to reduce bureaucracy, I think that's a good thing. I would like to briefly say something about bureaucracy, because we can give that as an excuse or a reason for many things. For instance, the envelope model, something that we have talked about is like how easy is it to apply for EU funding. So the idea that we would have this one connection point or a desk, it is, of course, it makes sense from bureaucratic point of view, so less bureaucracy. Maybe sometimes we could think of these very practical issues instead of us trying to create altogether new structures. Let's continue with this theme. On the proposal of the Commission, it's a lot of money that we're talking about. So what added value do you think it would bring if we would take cities in to be involved in this process? Who would like to start? Cities have got their networks available. The cities, if they are active themselves and if they network, as has been pointed out here, in different Nordic countries, in other countries, and also within their own state, we don't need to think that southwestern Finland only in the region only cooperating with other cities in that area, but we can also go to Ostrobothnia and cooperate with those cities or the universities in different areas, for instance, Eastern Finland. Our ideology is, of course, to keep all of Finland so that there would be people living everywhere. And of course, for instance, the Baltic Sea, we all would like the Baltic Sea to be clean, that people could swim there, people could navigate there, big ships and ferries could sail there, so we are all needed for this. One concrete thing I would like to say is that as we have these different instruments for funding, that we would apply for more funding, because really we could get a lot of more money, even these instruments that we currently have, and the cities have got a big role in this. I think Business Finland should have people who are writing on behalf of Finnish businesses and regions these applications, because this is what happens in Italy. The government is paying for some people to write these applications, so the funding that is there right now, so I would like to say, let's take more money here, be it for infrastructure, be it for the regions, business, whatever. Let's apply for this funding so that the regions would get those money, and we give too much to Italians or people in Orban's Hungary. So, of course, at the universities, University of Applied Sciences, they have applied funding, but it's still too little. I have writing column in a Finnish newspaper about the channel of Saimaa, and that we will need to do something about that. But some say that my suggestion was crazy, but I think sometimes funding has been gained for crazy situation. Or, for instance, Helsinki, Turku, Stockholm, that there would be connection there. People are bringing bridges to different places, so why wouldn't we want to apply? Okay, we can be ambitious. Maybe we don't receive funding for everything, but let's apply. We should first go to Helsinki. Well, you should go there. Yes, but not in 1 hour. So, but 1 hour and 20 minutes it takes. But this is the ambition that we have, I think. Yes. Well, of course, we need to start by that, and after that we can then continue all the way to Stockholm. I think these have been good comments, and everything also has to do like when we think about bureaucracy, what is needed, what is not, what should we tear down, what not. A city is thinking about cooperation. If we think about reduction emissions, that's very essential for cities in Finland. For instance, how do we produce warmth? How can we use different solutions? Traffic, transport, productivity. Those are central challenges in Europe. How, promoting employment, thinking about the situation right now. Many people are unemployed, and this is a very central problem also for many cities, for Uusimaa, a Helsinki region. So there are so many things that the cities could do and where they could use funding. Thank you. Would the representatives from the cities like to react to this? I would like to ask, because now you have pointed out some projects that have been good. So of course we are interested somewhat to go to Helsinki, but of course especially to Stockholm, because always we have our eyes towards the west. However, the question if how the funding is now received, and there is more funding also for the defense or this kind of things. What happens to national projects? It does support this because when you think about this SEF tunnels, I think it's about security, it's about safety. Give me an example of lobbying. Kokkola Harbor, they wanted to make they wanted to call me and to do a nuclear tunnel, and they were very active in lobbying. So maybe there were other harbors that could have done it, but they were very ambitious and they really did it. So sometimes, we might get the 1-hour train from Helsinki, between Helsinki and Turku, but we can get something even to Stockholm. So the Italians, as they are making the applications, they write down that this improves the total security of Europe, and this is now the key word. This is how you apply for funding. Maybe 10 years back, the priorities were different, but now it is security. So we as Finland, we want to promote some projects. We need to use the keywords that are important in the EU right now. Okay, so and the audience, you can think if you have any questions, because we have time for those probably as well. Yesterday I had an opportunity to discuss this, and I was thinking Finland, when we have rails for trains, I think we should think that they are all for also military purposes, but at the moment, actually, this is not public information where we have different rails, and this change might now also mean that we get less funding for some national projects. I think that would be problematic for us in Finland because our public economy is not maybe as strong as in some other neighboring countries. So if we have less chances to receive EU funding for our big infrastructure projects, I think it can be left to the future. And then what happens that our roads may end up being in a very bad shape, as in some countries right now. So we need to be awake, and also on Parliament side, when these negotiations are made, that we would define it so widely. What does it mean that the military forces can move around, that we in Finland also could say that our infrastructure projects have to do with this, or in some other ways think that it's not only those that are crossing national borders, but that it would be possible to receive this funding in the future. I think that when we think about military movements, I think it can be our asset, because we have the border with Russia, 1,300 kilometers long. It is the longest border with Russia that we have in the EU, and unfortunately we cannot see that the peace between Ukraine and Russia would be in the near future. Instead, it seems that Russia is continuing the war, and Europe needs to stand on its own 2 feet. Then Finland will rise even into a bigger, more important role. And this is why now we're talking about if we want to build bridges to Sicily, or we want to build bridges over the Baltic Sea, or there is one reason why we in Finland haven't had railways from east to west, directly from east to west. There is a reason for that. And the reason goes back 100 years in time. Now we have the situation that we would need to be able to move towards west, towards south, because we are in a way an island. If at the Finnish administration and government and the commission we think that all the infrastructure projects of Finland should be deemed to be as a separate projects, all in some way are related to these movements. Finally, I would like to say that when we have our forces on the land, they are important for Europe as well. So those forces should be able to move. Okay, in Sweden there can be submarines, they can be marine and so on. And together we will do the air forces. But we should look on the land and what is our focus. And we need to be strong in these negotiations. To specify something, or if we would like to get funding from the fund for military movements, it is that. But if it's for a different kind of fund, and then we are just mentioning that it supports the total defense, then we might get more funding. So more ambition, I hope that you will remember this in the cities. So now there would be time for one question or comment from the audience. Do we have one? Okay, down there. I think you need the microphone. Okay, so briefly put, you were talking about European dimension, that it's important that there will be added benefits on the European level if there's European funding. Well, those values are based on the goals, and I understood that the national envelopes are the answers. And do you accept that the money should be go to motorways in Germany or railways that are in bad condition and that are important, or should they go to, or where should they be go in instead of Finnish cities, if those things are more important on the European level? And why do you think, especially Aura Salla, who said that cities and regions, their development is a separate matter? Why shouldn't we think of the goals as something that is an entity? If, like, what is serving the best? So isn't it natural that they are all in the same package? And then the goals would define how the money is distributed. So that I'm now hearing like two goals in what has been said. Okay, European division, and we will get back what is ours. It is of course good if other European countries can pay for our costs, but I think it's difficult, or politically speaking. Can you give brief answers? I think this was, I didn't maybe understand quite everything that you said, but I think there are different funding programs. We're talking about different funding programs. My point is that it is very sensible that the city of Turku is having a project where there are other European cities, and then they cannot be national envelopes, but we should have the kind of projects that strengthen the infrastructure and the cooperation, for instance, with Stockholm or Tallinn, instead of us having one national envelope only supporting Finnish solutions. So we have many programs at the moment in the EU where you have to have consortia, you have to have bodies where there are different cities from different countries that are involved, or organizations or other bodies. And in that way, we are promoting shared European goals instead of focusing on national matters. And this is the point that I would like to bring out. There are different kinds of funding instruments about transportation, about regional development, about social matters. And it is difficult, of course, now to talk on a more general level without going more into detail on those. But for instance, if Germany, they make a solution, okay, there will be something in Baltic countries and to Helsinki, that's shared with the whole Europe. But if there's like inside the Germany, there is a tunnel built and it's not uniting Germany with other countries, then I think it should be money from the German Republic, not from the EU. Anything you would like to add? Well, I think that I was thinking because all policies are related to these questions. What is the shared interest that we have on the European level? Because of course it would be important for Finland, for Germany to invest. When we think about the whole economy of the EU, it would be good that Germany would have started investing a long time ago. All of the solutions cannot be found on the EU budget. It is not such a big instrument or a tool. I think we could talk this about the financial policies of the EU where Germany wanted to achieve certain goals. Or when we think about climate goals, it might be needed that Germany is investing on railroads. So, of course, everything is impacting everything as we are in the EU. So the budget instrument in itself is not the only or the best tool to solve all of the matters. However, social policies, we have good examples there. We had a separate social funding and we had shared goals. What do we want to achieve with social policies? And now it's going to be really interesting to see if it's going to change so that all of the member states decide themselves, but 14% should go to social related goals. So what are the different thoughts then that the member states have about the goals? We have many countries in the European Union that they think that social policies it's only about family policies, or when we think about abuse, treatment for abuse users or something like that, they might not be priorities everywhere. And all the indicators that we have and how the Commission will, in cooperation with the member state, answer to the set of goals. That will be a very political process, and I think it's a problem that we are now moving that into that direction. This was maybe not the good question, maybe not the clearest answer, but anyway.
I'm not in favor of giving money to Germans and not have the envelope at all. Very good. We will end our panel discussion here. Thank you very much to the panelists. We have a summary to come up, so don't go away yet, but if the panelists need to leave, you can go. And we will have the Deputy Mayor from Tampere, Anne-Mari Jussila, giving us the summary.
Kiitos ja laitan kyllä
Thank you. And I will put my foot in right away. When you started talking about railroads, I should say, welcome to Tampere. Everybody wants to be here, and there is a kind of a new dimension, and that's the northern dimension, and nobody mentioned that in this discussion. But my name is Anne-Mari Jussila. I am a deputy mayor in Tampere, and my responsibility is the urban education. So with the new council office steering these issues, and in Tampere we think that the national advocacy work is part of the whole council, and also under the umbrella of that, like competence and well-being are significant matters also for the future of the European Union. And unfortunately, when I disagree with Aura Salla and come from the same party, it would have been good to have her hearing this still. But first of all, I want to thank the organizers for the invitation to carry out the summary of this panel discussion. And I should start by stating that this has been a high-quality event. We've had very interesting thoughts here, and I have a speech written out, but I have scribbled down so many notions during the discussion. Let's see what I can cover here. Going through the EU funding and budget proposal was important to us here in the beginning, and I want to start by that. What the new financial framework proposal means. It means that we need to be more ambitious, think in a more streamlined or simple manner, have a more result-oriented, are more flexible, and actually follow up on the results and the expenses. They are not bad targets. I think it's more a question of how to carry all this out, and we have had good introductions and a nice amount of sparring as well. But maybe my points to make out of this discussion, and also some things about from the perspective of Tampere, it's become clear that we have very different angles to this depending on what part of Finland or Europe we are. And we have 3 points you can think about where I came up with that. But cities are an important engine for carrying out the European targets, and we want to create direct partnerships for cities, the climate, according to the climate mission and agreements. And it makes sense to have partnerships under the important themes and in the implementation of the competitiveness fund. And this requires the strengthening of the multi-level governance model and to develop dialogue between cities, member states and the Commission. And the dialogue has to go deeper than the governance model to a genuine collaboration. We started it today, and it was great to hear that Anna-Maja Henriksson felt that she wanted to hear things from the field. This is a very welcomed idea and warms the heart of a city representative. And this is what needs to be done on all levels in Finland, on the city and regional level, but also internationally on the level of different countries. And in our discussion, of course, the EU is at the core and the core target groups with whom to discuss. And the second point is that the 6 cities or the alliance collaboration model's significance between the 6 cities and the government in forming the partnership programs of regional and national ones, and it raises the city's importance in national decision making. And it is clear that in the EU affairs, the cities are in a key role. And then we hear, so what about all these smaller towns? And I have a clear message. This is not to the disadvantage of any smaller towns. The central cities, locomotives for the trains, for example, and the more effectively and better we collaborate between the 6 cities and with the Finnish government, the better it is for the smaller towns as well. So this is what we need to do together, and not to think about who goes first. Tampere has also renewed its own EU activities so that all the instances that are part of the innovation policies and promoting growth and competitiveness. So I have a list of different instances here. So the regional players and municipalities in our region, the academic institutions, the welfare area, and Chamber of Commerce. We have all joined forces here. In addition to this, the role of the EU agency has been reconsidered, and the EU advocacy work has become more important locally. And as I mentioned, the mayor thinks cross-sectionally about this. And we are proud of this new way of thinking, and we have crossed many borders and started doing broader collaboration, and I encourage you to do that in your own regions as well. And the main target ultimately is expanding the international collaboration. We're not just working within the national boundaries, we're looking for partnerships from other countries as well. So the third point, EU's direction towards a competitiveness union is a favorable matter from the city's perspective. Cities are essential innovation centers and act as platforms for experimenting with different solutions and scaling up good solutions. And we've mentioned health, technology, social innovations, and many others. In Tampere and in the Pirkanmaa region, we need to also include security, preparedness, and defense, these three sectors, and also semiconductors. The city must have access to the Competitiveness Fund program so that resourcing and innovation ability are largely in use, both nationally at the EU level and globally, with not to mention research. It's been briefly mentioned here. It's a very important factor. The bonus point, I'm going to take up the fact that, in my opinion, cities are essential players when we are solving social challenges that come all the way up to the EU level. And from our perspective, we're talking here about reasonable priced housing, substance abuse problems, and their tackling. In addition to this, we cannot overemphasize the maintenance of common European spirit, and there's been a nice references to that on several occasions. Of course, we need the member states, but also cities in this work. And cities have, according to their abilities, helped Ukraine. In addition to talking around Finland, we've been able to take these good intentions into concrete actions, and these are things that help, for example, in Ukraine right now. And we need the same determination in strengthening the city's role on the EU level. And the message from Tampere for a longer time has been that we are a city of action. We are happy to bring this attitude to the joint tables also on the EU level decision making. And here, I hope you can hear the voice from the field. And of course, our common target is stronger EU on various levels. And I want to thank on my behalf, I want to thank the organizers, a great moderator, the panelists, the audience. And let's continue with this discussion also after this panel. Thank you. Thank you, Anna-Maria. Thank you to all the participants. Of course, this discussion is not over. It's going to continue in the collaboration between the cities, and please continue to follow the program in the Europe Forum.
Ja näin olemme saaneet päätökseen torstaipäivän ohjelman täällä Sopukassa.
So our program for this Thursday in the Nook has now come to its end. Thank you all the speakers today, the moderators, the audience here in the room and following us online. And you're very welcome to participate in our program tomorrow on Friday. We will start at 9 o'clock on the main stage, when we start with the traditional MEP panel. I hope to see you there, and I wish you a nice evening.